we are good. If I could ask you all to stand for the invocation, and Commissioner Gonzalez is going to give the invocation.
Lord God, Heavenly Father, pray for this meeting today, Lord, that we kind of look things in the right direction, and hopefully that we can continue to move forward in our missions and help those that need help, especially the poor and the indigent and those that really need the help. Help us, Lord, that we continue to move forward and work with everyone in this front table here, that we can come to some consensus and work a good budget for this county. And Lord, thank you for everything you've given us. Thank you for your health. Thank you for your courage and your wisdom and knowledge. Thank you for those that are here today. Be with them and pray for them, and pray for families, and pray for those that need your prayers. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Again.
We have all commissioners present. It is 8:39. We are at the Nueces County Courthouse, 901 Leopard, and I will call this meeting to order. Did we have anyone sign up for public comment? Is there a public comment section? If you would like to, if you could state your name and address, please, and yes. I guess we didn't put the board out or something, but it's on my list, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. It's out there. Good morning, Judge Scott and Commissioners. Janice Shu, 3714 Topeka Street. I just wanted to come again today to comment that I know you have a huge undertaking ahead of you at the budget workshop, and a lot of tough decisions that you all have to make, and I hope that you're guided by, of course, your public service and being a servant. You wouldn't have ran for office if you didn't want to be a servant and make an impact, and I appreciate that. I just would like to ask again that you consider restoring the positions to the Social Service Department. If not, could be fully staffed, at least 6 staff positions to help with the basic needs that the social workers have been providing for decades to our community, and to ask that the budget reflects those positions to be restored, so that we can continue at 211 and other community agencies to have a referral source to refer individuals that need assistance with basic needs, their rent, utility, electric bill, bus tickets, transportation, which is critical for a lot of our victims of family violence that need to relocate out of the area. And I also wanted to let you know I am going to place our 211 Texas brochures out on the table. I can provide these as well, and routinely do to Rebecca and her staff and to JJ. They put them out in their offices so that anyone who is needing any kind of community resource can call us 24 hours a day. We have a comprehensive database. We just need a zip code to find out what the need is and see if there's a resource available, not only for basic needs, but help for people at home, older adults, counseling information, child care information, just a variety of resources. Last year, we answered 48,000 calls for the 12 county, and about 20,000 of those calls were just for Nueces County, for people needing help for a variety of topics. So again, I just want to request funding be restored for positions for the Social Services Department to continue the important work they do every day, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 4, moving into the budget workshop, and Johnny Hipp, the hospital district, you are up first.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's always good to be here. It feels kind of weird being back here in the back of the room, but there's still some things left over from COVID that we're living with, and we're good. Commissioners, first of all, I appreciate the opportunity to always come here and have the opportunity once again to talk to you about the work the hospital district does. But before I get started, I wanted to introduce two people here on your right that are from the hospital district who assist me in the day-to-day operations of Belinda Chisholm, or Belinda Espinosa, who's our assistant administrator, and Donna Littlefield, who is our director of accounting and finance. These two ladies are the keepers of the numbers and the details. So I could talk to you at a big level, but if we're getting off in the weeds, then I'll have to look to them. So first of all, Commissioner, and I don't know, Judge, where y'all want to go, but the hospital district's board met yesterday afternoon. I emailed you a copy of the budget, and I also left copies this morning at your place of where of the budget that the board tentatively adopted. So they don't have a final budget. The tentative budget's there because it is tentative, and our experience is in the time between now and when the budget gets adopted, there's a lot of innovation along the way to be nice. And so we want to leave the flexibility of adopting a final budget until August 27th. And that final budget will be to the court in time to meet all your timelines. So with regard to what I left at your place, there's a 3-page thing, and the top one is the one that has the colored columns on it. That is the district's general fund budget. The next page is a consolidated budget page that includes all of the hospital district's funds. And then the third page is probably the one of a lot of interest, is what we refer to as our county healthcare expenditures. So what I'd like to do is sort of start with the first page and work back through the next 2 pages. So with regard to the first page, I want to confine my comments to the yellow column because that deals with the hospital district's fiscal year 25 budget. Overall, the budget has a deficit. The deficit's covered by an opening general fund balance, and so at the end of the day, it will be covered. But on an operating basis, it is as a deficit, and it does use surplus from the prior year general fund to cover it. And then next year, we plan to close fiscal 2025 with an additional or another balance, if you will, for the general fund. So still talking about the first page, in the revenue section, we have all the rows numbered on the left to help orient this to this, and then we have the columns identified by number above. In the district's revenue consists primarily of tax revenue and membership revenue that we share with SPON, or SPON shares with us. In that arrangement, briefly, we contribute use of our assets to SPON, and SPON shares revenue with us. So those are the 2 sources. The SPON corporate member revenue contributes right at 75% of our revenue. That number is important. And so the point I want to make about that is that our reliance is not solely on taxes. Most of our reliance for the things we do comes to us from revenue other than taxes. Okay, so moving down to starting on row 10, still confining my comments to the yellow column. These are intergovernmental transfers, and the money that underlies these transfers comes from what we call our Local Provider Participation Fund, or LPPF fund. And that's the fund, y'all may recall, where the hospital district a couple of 3 legislative sessions ago got the authority to levy an assessment on the local all the hospitals in our county based on their net revenue. And that assessment is 6%. It's uniform across the state. Senator Hinojosa has been sort of the originator and keeper of all of those statutes across the state. So the money that comes in for line 10 is made up from revenues that we collect from the other hospitals and a small amount of money that we use from our own funds to cover those. Now, the intergovernmental transfers, I want to remind y'all that the purpose of them is to benefit the three hospital systems in town. They don't benefit us, they benefit them, and what it does for them is it enables them to get supplemental payments from the federal government for things they do. So basically, our money that we use for LPPF is matched at $1 and something cents per dollar by the feds, and it comes back through the state. So the next one we have on there is row 11. And this is a new expenditure they haven't had before, but as y'all know, the hospital district stepped up and helped provide a solution to the emergency medicine dilemma that was before us, all of us, late last fall, early this fiscal year. And the 1.763 is the calculation of what the district would be paying in the first year. The actual amount that we're going to be paying in the first year is 1.8 million, but in the next years, it'll be higher than that. Will be 1.4 the first year and 2.8 the next year. So it basically goes up, and then it runs at 2.8 for all the subsequent years. We do have efforts underway presently and will be in the legislature to find funding to not supplement, but to replace the funds we put in. So if we come up with new money, the game plan is to apply those funds to lessen the burden on us. And if the amount that comes in is more than what we would have paid, then we'll put the money into the program. But the idea is to get money to offset what we're going to be putting in it. And those efforts are, they're genuine. We have selected a lobbyist that works both with us and with SPON. And he's agreeable to work with both of us, particularly on the notion of finding additional funds to offset that. The next one, row 12, is what we refer to as the county healthcare expenditures, and I'm going to go through that in another page. The rest of these items that are on here are ones that relate more to taking care of the district and how it gets its work done. We have a 3% increase built into, a 3% merit increase built into the salaries for our employees. We've stepped up our contribution in terms of benefit, in terms of the health insurance. As y'all know, we're gonna take all our steps necessary to make sure that we pay for our own people and that they pay their way. We've agreed to certainly cover the premiums that y'all have established already, and we're amenable to adding, Judge, I think we shared with you, an additional 10% on top of that if there is some concern that maybe my 22 employees are gonna generate payments or disbursements in excess of their premiums. And then,
Appreciate that, Tim. Thank you for that meeting and appreciate that this year.
and the judge, inherent in that premium is our sharing of our piece of the stop loss. So we're stepping up all the way on making sure that happens. And the goal, of course, next year is to look and see about getting commercial health insurance for our employees. I don't know if that's y'all's plan, but that's what we're going to do. We had done that a few years ago, and the situation was different. We didn't have enough people, enough young people in our pool to get the best premiums. But we're going to go back out and look, and we've already had offers from people to assist us with that. And in fact, one of our board members is an insurance agent. So.
Well, and I believe it is the county's interest and our thoughts moving forward. If we move forward with bids as well, it was never our intent to exclude the hospital district. Y'all could be a part of our options as well moving forward. Yes.
Well, I appreciate that, Judge. I think that when you go out for insurance, it's always better to have mass,
I agree.
if you will. And so I think that might be something we take you up on.
Well, you're a different entity than some of the others that we talked about because of all that you do for the county and the health
That wasn't the vote.
industry. Huh?
That wasn't what we voted on, just so you, I mean, that's why Johnny's saying he's doing what he's doing. That wasn't what our vote was, because they represent half of those employees. They represent half of the 45 extra ones, so just,
But
the
we
vote
did
was
their
to-
cost to move, I think that's gonna be our initial ask moving forward to see what the cost is if we move forward to include them because of what they do with the county and
that
our
wasn't the vote,
meetings. Yeah.
Judge. I mean, the vote was to, I'm just saying that wasn't the vote, because it was, they represent half of those 45 employees, and then with families and so forth, that was the case, and
That's why
we
they brought
talked
it up,
about,
that's why they brought it up yesterday.
right, that's why we
Yeah.
talked about not, I mean,
Well,
if we're
he
gonna
said
do
they're
for
going out
some.
for their own. I just
Right.
said we were gonna ask what the cost is, but we didn't have all the numbers in front of us either.
Yeah.
And I think since then, we have been collecting that data as well on what the cost is. And the vote was for this year, if they would continue and cover their costs, that we would include them. But I think, given the relationship we have in moving forward, that we would be open to discussions about if their costs were covered, that they would have an option to, so.
Well, Judge and
That would be a
Commissioners,
vote, by all means. We don't
No, no,
know
no.
that we're gonna get anything better, so.
And I just wanted to add that what I just said follows the path y'all talked about originally.
Yes.
That we would pay our way, we'd make sure our employees are covered in terms of payouts and premiums.
All your
And if
costs are
y'all want
covered,
to
yes.
later consider putting us in the consideration, we'll be glad to do that. But we're prepared to go out and get our own
Yes.
insurance next year.
Thank you.
Okay. And as I mentioned, we have a 3% increase in there for the employees on the rainbow page. And then the last thing I was going to say is we are continuing in the budget a $50,000 subsidy to the county attorney's office. And the reason for that is that although we pay for one position there, we use all of the county attorney's office to take care of things. And so we're to continue that. That subsidy was established, I think, a couple of years ago, and we plan on continuing it. It's up to you all. Y'all want to accept it, but we have it in there. So what I want to do, Commissioners, at this point is turn you to the next page, the second page. This is a consolidation of all the districts' funds. Ins and outs, it's basically the budget for all three of them, including the one I just covered. And the totals are at the right if you want to see where our fund balances and stuff in for those funds. The district continues to have good financial management, and our assets and stuff are notable. I want to turn you to the third page, which would be what I refer to as the county healthcare expenditures. And we use this label for these expenses because back in 1996, when Judge Borchard was here, and we had our first settlement, it was a tobacco settlement at that point, he came to us and said that they would like, the county would like our assistance because we, in that first tobacco payment year, received a per capita payment. It wasn't a pro rata, it was a per capita payment. And as I recall, Judge and Commissioners, I think Judge Borchard said to me something to the effect of, Johnny, we need to raise the causeway, and we need to free up some funds. So with that notion, we went to the legislature that year with the assistance of Representative Luna, and had a unique law passed for the hospital district that would allow the district to fund four things with its non-tax money. And so that would be jail health care, emergency medical services, public health, and mental health. And we continue to fund those, and we have done them since day one when we were asked. Now, with regard to this county expenditure page, I have numbered on the left sort of the sections, and the first section deals exclusively with mental health services. And what I want to point out here is that MHID has stepped out and worked with the state and obtained their own funding for certain programs from the state. I understand that these payments are sort of a minimal amount the first year, but they're supposed to increase in subsequent years from the state. So the overall amount of money that we've put in our budget for mental health programs is down by, in the far right column, the $468,000, and that's due exclusively to the fact that they got funds elsewhere. So the next one is item number 2. This has to do with monies that we provide for the health department. And I realize that that's somewhat in flux. It's been sort of in flux for a while. But the hospital district's going to continue in its budget and does continue in it its support of the work y'all do in public health. These are funds that come to you, and then you in turn work with the city to do them. So we have almost 1.8 million in there for the health department. We're going to ask you to take back vector control because vector control is one of those things that's sort of outside the fence, if you will, of what we're supposed to do. And I think I'd mentioned to some of y'all earlier, but the nature of the hospital district's work is our services that are provided in the end, the money or the services directly, have to be given to individuals. They're one-to-one kind of things. A vector control is not that. It's one of those things where it's sort of the population at hand, and also it's just outside the fence. And so we're asking you all to take that back. The next one down is, they're labeled here as Robstown Public Health salaries and benefits. These two people that receive this money were mental health. And over the administrations and stuff, that changed. And so the last attachment of these two individuals were to do public health services. So since it appears that y'all may be staying with the city, we're going to continue these salaries for a couple of months at Commissioner Gonzalez's request. But overall, that amount is going down. And then the way that we are setting up our budget, and it would be contingent upon your feedback also, is those salaries would just be for October and November. So we believe that's what the salaries and benefits are for those two individuals for those 2 months. And then the next item is the mobile health clinic. It has a $20,000 increase. I want to point out that this money is allocated to the clinic solely, to the mobile clinic, solely for maintenance purposes. Has nothing to do with services. So when the mobile clinic needs it needs tires, it needs new carpet, it needs new paint, it needs a fence, it needs, gas or whatever it needs, an inspection, an overhaul, a new air conditioner. So the money we have here is sort of infrastructure like support for the clinic. It's not the clinic itself, because that clinic operates under whatever your public health function is going to be.
So have those costs exceeded that 40,000? Is that why that got
Judge,
increased?
we were informed yesterday that they believe that those costs are going to go up this year. And what we understood was they had to do more with the cost of gas and stuff like that than anything else. Mm-hmm. So moving on to Section 3. These are the monies that we provide for emergency medical services. And we reimburse these ESDs for calls they make into the county outside of their jurisdictions. And so this 650 has been a static number for the last couple of years, but we're going to continue our support of those. And y'all, the county's emergency coordinator office, helps us make sure from a GPS or GIS standpoint that those calls are in fact out into places that are not covered by the jurisdiction. Number 4 is that is our support of juvenile detention centers health services. They contract with physicians and doctors and nurses to see their detainees there, and this is to reimburse for those. It doesn't cover all of them, but it covers quite a few of them. And then the fifth one of the main items here is, as y'all know, we've had a change in the provider for jail health services. The original provider, Armor, went bankrupt. And so we have been working with Wexford actually in the middle of the night to step in and take over. And they've done yeoman's work in doing that. And so, as the nature of all things in this area, the cost we expect is going to go up, and it has, and we have allotted additional funds in the budget to take care of that. So, Commissioners, I'll stop at sort of at row 5, because 1 through 5 are things that we generally refer to as essential health services. You know, to the degree that they don't get done, that's not a good thing. The items from 6, 7, 8, and 9 below, I would consider them softer, and there's some discretion there, but the expenses that we have in 1 through 5 are things that directly benefit the needs of the community, the jail, public health, you name it. In fact, 1 through 5 satisfy all 4 of those things that we can use our non-tax funds for, which was the original intent. So I just want to summarize, Commissioner, with that, that we have, again, come forward to you all this year with a proposed budget. The budget we've given y'all, y'all set the tax rate. Our suggestion to y'all is that we can do with the no new revenue tax rate this year, which would essentially, in my old days, was the effective tax rate. But that's what we're asking you all to consider for the district. And just to close, finally, the budget that the district has satisfies its constitutional obligations to take care of the indigent through our arrangements with SPON. And it satisfies all the other requirements of how we can spend or not spend our funds. That's all I have, Judge.
Any other questions?
I
Anybody?
have a question.
Yeah, go
Johnny,
ahead.
thanks for this presentation. I wanted to focus on number 3.
Okay.
So when you say outside of the ESD's district, I thought the districts pretty much were inclusive of the entire county. Are there some pockets that don't have any overlap or any coverage from a specific district?
Commissioner, I think what these people mostly get dispatched by 911, and sometimes they get dispatched based on who's available, and they get sent into other people's ESDs. And I understand also from these folks that there's, in the western part of the county, they were kind of referred to it as the hinterlands, but there's places out there where they don't have these EMS services. So in addition to these, Commissioner, I did mention, although we fund these ESDs, we also make payments to the city whenever they bill us for them, or for calls that they make out into the county. And so this thing's sort of been a process, but the basis of that is that they submit bills. I think maybe it's $300 a call to where they actually pick up people, and then they submit the scene address, and then the county's GIS people have a way to look up that address and tell if it's basically inside the city or not. But the dispatching we're not involved in that, and I think 911 has, they send them whoever they can get out first.
It's just, I mean, I'm thankful that this court took the responsibility off my assistant's hands, because Priscilla and my former assistant, Sandra, were the ones that handled the calls, especially dealing with the city of Robstown. And so I know that I had to go in and sign off on these calls and would look at the dollar amounts, and it can get pricey, obviously. I mean, emergency services, to dispatch them, it takes a lot just to roll them out, even if there is no real emergency. And then I look at the news and see emergency calls that are for crashes or fires or something out on a county road, or even along the interstate that's somewhere, maybe say in Bishop's Emergency Service District, or towards Driscoll or somewhere like that. So I know that they're busy. That's a big amount when you look. I mean, overall, 5.4% of your overall budget is to that. So I was wondering, just one, about the statement you made as far as the costs for areas that are not covered by districts, assuming that they were, and maybe if there are, which I'm sure we're always going to find an exception to the rule, or two of them, or maybe more, Judge, but maybe if that's something that we need to look at as a court, just to make sure that there's better coverage. And I know if one ambulance or one fire truck is called out and you don't have anything else, and you go to the next closest, so I can see where they make up that money. But I mean, that's for you and for your directors to decide, but, you know, the fact that impacts us, it's just something that got my attention, so.
Commissioner, I would just add that, personally, I think the 650,000 is a bargain. You know, if the county had to operate its own emergency medical system or operate, one that's cooperatively shared with the county, it won't be this number.
Well,
So,
it's made
yeah.
up. I mean, they pay taxes in those districts already.
Right, right.
So then we make up the difference. So it's not, I mean,
Not the
it's,
full
it's,
amount,
it's
yeah.
still being paid.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the full amount, but I get where you're going with that. I guess that's my main question on that. You did clarify the issue on the Robstown, health salaries and benefits with that drop there. So, all right, thank you.
Any other questions?
So, Commissioners, what the plan is, I mentioned it at the outset, is we're gonna have our board meeting on August 27th. We've adopted a tentative budget. If there's some back and forth that we need to work with the county on, or do whatever, we can do it up until that point. Once the district adopts official budget, then it's satisfied its requirements to prepare one, and then the only thing left to do is for me to deliver it to the court. And then that, I think all those things, Judge, take place on September the 11th. And we'll be glad to come and do a public hearing and provide whatever information, answer questions, and do anything that we need to do to be supportive of your work on the 11th.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, Johnny. We appreciate it very
you.
much and appreciate y'all's help with all of these functions within the county and providing services.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Dale, moving on to the Nueces County budget fiscal year 24-25. And you're up. Which sheet do you want us to have? What are we going by? Teresa's list or?
Well, let's go, let's first go into the revenue and expenses for the county for tab D and E. My staff and I did a real thorough evaluation and estimating the balances for each. The middle column is where you estimate the actuals are. Go to
D and E? Sorry.
D4. Unfortunately, when they printed this, they printed it where we're flipping back and forth. Sorry about this.
Oh, yeah.
They should have, we said to them where it wouldn't do this, but they've done this way. But if you look at the center column where it says estimated actual, you'll see that our total revenue and transfers in estimation of $111,350,150, and our beginning balance of $25,782,284. Now, if we go to E,
Wait, I gotta catch up because I got it twisted
Yeah.
the page. Tell me where you are on the column?
on the center column where it says estimated actuals.
For 23-24 or for
Yes. D4.
23-24.
Huh?
Yes.
23-24 D4, okay, and you're,
The bottom of the page, the total revenue and transfers in.
okay, 111,
Yeah.
okay, got it, all right.
So we have $111,350,150 on a beginning budget of a beginning fund balance of $25,782,284, which was our ending fund balance as we was presented in our annual financial report last fiscal year. Now, as we go to our expenses, this is the third column, or fourth column from the right.
On E now?
On ES, that's where your estimated actuals are showing. And you'll see as we go down the list, most of
E
the,
what? E4?
E4, yes,
E4 or 6?
or actually E6, ma'am.
Yes,
E6.
6, yes, okay.
E6, we're showing that there are total appropriations that we budgeted for the year is $111,767,611, which actually shows that we did show a small loss of around $400,000 in our fund balance. So we went from $25,781,284, which I mentioned before. Now we're presenting our budget for our estimation only of $25,364,823. So it's a small decrease. We went through all of our evaluations. We put in a lot of the costs that we knew that were coming up. They were very large that we knew coming in for our claims, as well as some of our health insurance that McGriff had been talking about. So those numbers are included in this. So
They are or not?
they are.
So the 25,364 includes all of those losses for the insurance and so
Yes.
forth?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because I've heard different numbers on this. so-
It does, yes, this does
Includes
include
our
this.
health insurance, our
Yes,
claims
yes.
taken out of there,
Yes.
all of that
Yes.
stuff, yes.
So right now, we're saying that our fund balance, even though it did go down, didn't go down a significant amount, only $300,000 or $400,000. So we're starting the year for next fiscal year of $25,364,823 for our fund balance. So that's the numbers we have to go. If we want to now go with the report that Teresa has presented, we can start discussing additional items that we may need to include or exclude from the budget. Teresa, whenever you're ready.
All I heard was budget, but,
Yeah,
okay, I got one question.
Yes.
We brought the total appropriations and transfer out, that was a 111,767.
That's correct?
611. And we brought it back here to the back, right, general fund.
Yes.
And total transfer out was 10
10 million,
million,
yes,
193,000
yes.
or 90. And where did that one come from? Like, how did we come up with 10 million there?
Well, your transfers out are your operating transfers we provide to several of your departments. As you can go through there, we do have a required transfer that we transfer to the road and bridge, because many, many years ago, the state said we cannot include sales tax in our road and bridge department. So back many, many years ago, the court, when we were putting the sales tax revenue there, they decided that they would transfer the general fund sales tax money from the general fund back over to the road fund so they can legally spend it on the operations they have. We have operations for the fairgrounds of $1 million, our inland parks of 1.8 million, and our coastal parks of 1 million, and our airport is 60,000. Now, for our special revenue funds, we have different special revenue funds that require different transfers. A lot of it is for records imaging, our courthouse security, and other information that we do. These are required transfers so these departments can operate their funds throughout the year. So these are all been submitted and approved for submission to the court, and these are discussed every year for continuation if needed.
So you're saying that this one's, everything above is a balance for each of one of those departments, right?
That's correct.
And that's what they're starting off with?
No, that's what the money we transferred over to them for operations.
going out.
Okay, so if it's gonna be transferred to them for operations,
Yes.
the 25 is gonna be our, I guess, our fund balance, but where were we before the 25? Do we know that?
Last year, we started at 25,781. Right now, we're estimating 25,364. So it's around a $300,000, $400,000 decrease.
We were in 28 at one time?
No, we were around 25 for a while. If you remember the reports we provide you, we usually it was like 23, 24, 25. Our target is around 27, 28, so we're a little bit below our target. Our target is 25% of our budget revenue.
I just remember we were at 28, and we came down to 25 or 26 or something.
Well, our history shows you on the bottom line, our history for 2021 was 25, for 22 is 25.7, for 2022-23 is 25.781. So we're really sticking out a $25 million fund balance.
And that total of all our expenses?
That's correct, yes. For the general fund, that's correct.
Is there anything that we're pending to come in?
Like I said, these are estimated actuals. There always can be a large expense coming in that we didn't foresee or look at, but my staff and I went through as much as we could do. We worked with other departments showing, asking if they had any large expenses, and no one claimed any. But as I mentioned, this does include some large claim expenses, as well as McGriff had mentioned that our health insurance may be overfunded and needed some additional funds, and that number has been included in this number.
Okay, so my last question would be, if there are some that are pending, where would those be? I mean, what areas we would expect those that are still, might be pending?
What was the question?
as
What
far as,
areas are still pending that
The-
we may have more expenses coming out? The transfers is like, we're anticipating what the healthcare is, but we still have a few months and there's a health insurance
An
fund.
estimated claim already in Fund 1285, Department 1285, to cover the cost of a expected transfer. It's already been put in the balance of over $2 million, so what I was
What's the
given.
balance in there right now? If we put 2 million in, we have a couple of months left. I mean, so is that gonna cover it? I know last year we had to add additional funds afterwards, so.
We haven't transferred any funds, additional funds to the health insurance.
You wait till the
we
end
wait
of
till
the year
end,
and
we
change.
expect it to be 2 million.
Okay.
That's what McGriffin had mentioned, yes,
so it'll be 25, it'll be
Yes.
like 22,
yes.
right?
Well, that's
They've
already been,
got
that's
it
already
in
been part of
there.
this.
They've already got it in there.
Already-
he
already did
says.
it here. That's
Yes, yeah,
So he's saying that's what our reserves will be after everything.
after
Yes,
everything is
correct.
transferred.
I've already put those figures in there, expecting this to happen, yes.
All right, we'll see.
So the general fund budget's right now is 111,760.
Right now, for the estimates for expenses, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Moving on, next.
Teresa, when you're,
Where did y'all do with that sheet?
Should be at the front, probably behind the table of contents.
I think my staff moved mine all around, so I'll find it somewhere. Is that the one you just passed out this morning,
Yes,
Teresa?
ma'am.
This one?
This one?
Oh,
No.
well, this one right here. The blue one? The blue?
Blue and black, yes, sir. I gave it to Priscilla to put in your binder,
Yeah,
probably
I should
behind the
have
table
one
of
somewhere.
contents, Commissioner.
in the beginning, behind the table of contents. I don't have that, because everybody moved my stuff around this morning. Well, go ahead. Where'd she go? Oh.
Did you find
I was like, go ahead. No, I
have mine.
didn't, but they put mine in the binder. Which one is it in?
Is it this one? Is it under A?
It's under A?
Yeah.
Mine's not under A. I don't know what they did with mine. Okay. They came and took my book and moved everything around. I had my stack in order. Thank you. Okay, and then Teresa, you want to go through the list of discussion items?
So this list is items that are not, some are included and some are not. You have to make a decision on it. Like, for instance, the continuance pay, it is included because it's statute, it's a policy.
That's already included
So
in
it's
the
already
budgeted
included?
item. Oh, you have not put it in. So starting out, that budget number was what, 136 for next year
to it,
moving
yeah.
in? But none of these items have been put in the budget.
For number 1 and number 2, no, they have not.
What's 1 and 2?
Can you tell us which ones have been put in? That
As
would,
we go through the list, I'll make sure,
Okay,
I'll
okay.
let you know if it's already in, or part of the budget, yes.
okay.
So one and
And
two.
which page are you on now?
We're just going through the discussion.
Discussion items number 1 and number 2.
So one and
It's
two are
behind
not
A
included.
in their part books, yes.
I gotta find that one.
1 and 2 are not already included.
That's correct.
Yes.
Gave it to you this morning.
Teresa, you gave it to me, Teresa?
Emily should have put it in your binder, Commissioner. Probably behind the table of contents,
Oh,
maybe?
is that the one where it's 3 or something like that? Or-
Yes, sir.
Yes, it just
She
has,
pointed that out to me. Hold on, I gotta find it now.
Very front.
I couldn't find mine either, and my staff took mine, so I don't know where they put it.
Wait. Binder's printed.
But she gave me another one. Oh, wait, nope, that's not it.
Hold on. Yeah, no. I think I found it.
Yes, it is. It speak
Is that one
for-
and two that it's not included?
It's not included, so we'll write those numbers down.
Okay,
Did you find it? I've got
Yep,
another
yep,
one.
yep,
I
okay.
found mine finally, sorry.
thank you. Okay, now say that again, 1 and 2,
Are not included in Dale's numbers.
Correct.
because we had,
Some are regular that he has already budgeted for. But when we go through them, he's,
but so the budget for this year, though, is that 111 million, right? Which is what we would, and then we don't know what the,
Include
We don't know what the course action is gonna be on personnel, so these personnel that are here will be added later. We wanna make sure that will be added to the budget at the moment, but they're not currently in the numbers you see in the binder.
and is that 111 or is that the 136 that I was telling you, that what we start off with
Right now,
this year?
if you go to budget to, 24, 25, it's 125.
125 is, what page was that on?
E6.
Yeah, it's like, wait. 125,
E6, where you see budget 24, 25. You
but
see
the total is 136,049. So are we going by the 136 or 125?
My number shows 125.
The total at the end, the budget
No,
number?
that's the, all
That's what the res-
allocations, but if you go
It's total
Yeah,
appropriations and
total appropriation,
transfers
yes.
out number.
total appropriation transfer out is 125
Yes,
general fund budget is 111 million.
last year.
last year.
Right, last year's 111 million.
Yes.
And then, that's, okay, and then, so I'm not sure what she's asking about the 137. Is that
Well,
with the
that's
reserve?
That's the difference between the two. So that 136 is just the difference between a few numbers. The number in question is the one that says total appropriations transferred out of 125, 587, 399. This does have some of their proposals that we have, and that could be possibly reduced when we go through the list here. Because some of these are already in the list, and we can, at the time, we might have to bring them out. And I'll explain which ones are there.
So we'll be adding to that number
Yeah,
any
or subtract,
additional
yes.
costs.
To the 111.
The 125.
125.
The 111 is the transfers in and out, the total transfers here. That's the 111. But we're starting with the 125, the 24, 25 budget number.
Okay, I gotta go back to E. This is getting, hold on, I gotta go.
I've
So
gotta
that's
have
back-
E
That's
in
back
both
on
open.
Keep
E6.
E6 out.
Yes,
E6, okay. hang on.
The third column, the second column from the left,
for the budget 24, 25.
the third number from the bottom.
Show the transfer.
Okay, so then our true budget for 23, 24 was 124 million?
For the budget 24, 24, the true budget was 124, 540, 193.
Okay.
And we were under budget by $12 million when we spent only 111.
Okay, so when we have that policy on reserves, it's 25% of the actual budget, right?
The actual revenue, 25% of the revenue.
Okay, and the revenue was what?
If we go back to the tab D,
D, B?
D4.
D4, our budget for 23, 24 was 113,704,65. You take 25% of that.
Got it, okay, so 113, that's the number I'm trying to look
Yes,
at, because I know that's
yeah.
one of the things that the judge is focused on, and we all are, but 113,704 what?
685.
Okay, okay, so that would be where we would try to hit that 25%
If you do 25% of that,
policy.
that's our target.
Okay, that's the target, okay, got it, okay.
And I believe that's close to about 27 million, if my math it's around there, around 27 million, but
At 25%, I got 28 million
Yeah.
for 26.
Around there, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Revenue.
Okay,
And so let me ask you, that's an interesting point. So why would it be 25% of the revenue? Wouldn't it be 25%? I know it's not a big number difference, but why wouldn't it be 25% of the actual budget? Because that's what you would generally base your reserves on, would be what you need to operate.
well, the way the if you look at the budget book in the back of it says we want 25% of our budget revenue, including transfers. So that's where our controls are, that y'all say this is how we factor in that number. That could definitely change how we change that order.
No, I get it, but I mean, I'm asking you as an
Probably,
auditor.
yes. If you do 25% of total budget, that'd probably be a better,
I mean,
yes,
right? I mean,
yes.
you really should, I
Yes.
mean, you shouldn't be budgeting on, you shouldn't be reserving on a budget. You should be reserving on what you spend.
Yes.
Because that's what you need. That's what the
Yes.
reserves are. So maybe that order needs to be tweaked to where it's 25% of budget, not
We'll
revenue.
work with Teresa this year when we do that order, and we'll make sure it does that factor. But the previous years would set up revenue, so.
'Cause that's all, you know, that's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
$1 million
Yes.
difference in reserves.
Yes.
You know, almost.
Yes.
That is, you know, more attainable
Yeah.
for the court to try to work towards.
Yeah.
Or 800,000, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm doing my math real quick, 600 or 700,000 there on that. So just a point there. Okay.
It's also, yeah, you're right, yeah.
I mean, that's what I do. I mean, in my companies, I
next
have
order.
reserves based on the money I spend, not the.
Yes.
Yeah, next time we'll do the order on the 11th, we'll make sure that reference
Wording
that.
changes,
Yes,
yes.
yes.
Okay, going through the list, sorry, go back to Teresa.
Okay, so 1 and 2 are not included, so we're gonna start out with, it's gonna be added to the budget. 125, 587, 399 is our expenses right now where Dale's at. So,
But those two are not questionable.
They're not
Those are,
included.
we have to do, but they're not included, so there's
Right.
not really up for discussion. One is
And-
the statutory requirement, and one is the policy we have on continuance pay, so,
Yes.
yeah.
Well, the statutory requirements on number 2, the court reporters for the district courts are statutory required. They're approved by the courts. They made there were 2 or 3 that required a increase. That's why you see that, and then the court has no authority over that. And for the associate judge, we've got with Judge McCoy over there, that the associate judge need to be paid based on a statute in the law saying that you had to be 90% of a district court judge level this, and we believe that is the increase. That we also are gonna be working with the county attorney, because the way the law was written, it was many years ago, it said of associate judge of the district court judge, but 2 or 3 years ago, that district court judge's salaries changed based on years of service. And we don't know if the associate judge is the same way, so we're gonna,
So it
right
could
now,
be
this
different
could
without
change.
the
This could
years of
change.
service or with,
this could
okay.
change based on your, so
Yes.
we're gonna work with our
But we
county
know
attorney.
those are gonna be increases,
Yes.
known increases that we are required to do.
That's
Well,
correct.
but the continuance pay is not, see, that's the one I've always had a problem with, because that means in some years, when we get, there's some inequity in it, in my opinion, right? And I know not everybody agrees with me, but I'm just gonna say it again anyway, but the continuance pay means some years, some employees get X amount, some years they get X plus amount. So some years, employees are getting more raises than what other employees are getting. And if they don't happen to stay 3 years, then they don't get it. So I think that policy should be relooked at as something more of across the board, because to me, if we give a raise, we give a raise, and everybody ought to get the same raise. Because I think we're creating some real inequity in our system here, because we're favoring employees on this continuance pay. But I get that I may be in the minority on that, but I'm not saying people shouldn't get raises. I'm saying I don't think this is an equitable policy.
I think you can work with Tim to evaluate, because right now it's written in the policy, personnel policy, how this works, so that's
Yeah.
something you want to look into, yes.
But, yeah, and I think,
But it's hard if it's been going, I think we looked at this last year as one of the things we could have cut, but then you stop it in the middle and you've got alternate years where people get it. Some people got it now, and you're taking it away before if they're on their
Right, it's
3rd
3
year,
years.
going to get their,
right, so I'm saying you should change it to where,
And that's
and
something
again,
Tim
I
can
know
look
I'm in
into.
the minority, but you
yeah.
should change it to where whatever we give, everybody gets the same percentage raise, period. With no stagger here and
every 3
stagger
years.
there, and,
Every 3 years, they get this.
but they don't. In other words, every 3 years, if you're gonna do it, then everybody ought to get it, not, but anyway, it's
why
it's
did
just
why did we stagger it like that?
it's been like this
Cost
for,
or what?
In 2004, when this originally started, back, we had.
2004?
2004.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
it's before,
Okay.
like
It's
any
been a
of
long
us, I
time.
think. Maybe Joe was
2004,
here.
when they first started, and they said this number of employees, so with this year, we get this, and then they did it in a 3-tier level every 3 years, and then somebody gets here, then this, and this, and that's how it's continued based on that, so that's something to look into for the policy.
Okay.
Just a
That is
comment. I
something,
mean,
maybe we need to come up with a new plan. Yes.
Commissioner,
Okay.
next year is the year for the big group. So the group that started in 2024, that's whenever they would get their raise. So if you
mean
wanted to
2000.
change.
2004.
Yeah, 2004, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
2004. So if you wanted to change it, since that'll be the
First
beginning
year,
year,
the
the first
beginning
year
year,
people,
that would be a
that would
good
be the
time
year
It's
to
the
do
largest
it.
one, yes.
Yeah, except that'll be the most people. Anyway, yeah, I get it. There's never a good
Well,
time.
it's gonna be always all together anyway.
There's just gotta be a way to, there's just gotta be a
It's
way
gonna be all
to
together.
do it that's, I don't know,
You
it's
can't
just,
get away from that. You don't
But if
do
you're
it,
gonna start it, I think you ought to start it from the beginning, when the first
no,
people got it. If
and maybe
they're-
that's a
yeah,
good point, Lisa,
yeah,
that maybe
yeah.
we look at it next year and kick it down the can and kick
I
the
agree.
can down the road again. I don't know, but
Okay,
let's hope we
So at
remember to
this-
do that.
Yeah,
I
so at
was
this
in-
time,
excuse me.
no, go ahead, Commissioner.
I was an employee at that time, and a lot of the employees thinking that was very unfair.
they didn't like it either?
They didn't like it either. They had to wait 3 years before they get a pay raise. And, I mean, I don't think it was right.
But it's a pay raise because of your 3 years, but we,
Years, the next fiscal year, you get a raise,
Every 3 years.
every 3
So
years.
it's every, basically.
but we can't give them a raise in the interim,
Yes,
like the cost
yes,
of living?
yeah.
Well,
So we're just
yes,
talking about
that-
the extra money
yes.
we're throwing up top of it.
Yeah.
Right,
Definitely,
they can
yeah.
get
I'll tell you,
that
because
on
when I
top.
worked for the state, I think it was every 2 or 3 years ourselves, and it's just, it's incentive. I mean, I don't know.
To stay.
It's an incentive to
yeah.
stay, it's an incentive to reward.
That does
It's,
have a
it's,
point.
it's hoping that if you don't do a pay raise that year, that at least you may still get one if the court wasn't able to award one that year for everyone, that at least you are getting one in year 2 or year 3 of it. So I think there's a reason. I mean, obviously, I wasn't around here for that, but it makes sense that this is done by a lot of entities. So, I don't understand the fairness aspect. I think it's incentive is what it is, unless somebody explains to me differently, but.
It was
And it's
Well, it's the
2.5%.
incentive for the ones who get it, and then if there's no raise given, you get nothing. So some people get it some years, because we don't give raises every year. I'm saying we should come up with a way to give raises
I
to
thought-
everybody every year.
This is not
on a
included every
consist-
year?
Pardon me?
Well, every year, a certain number of employees qualify.
Yeah, I know
Yes.
that.
And certain
have
don't.
I know that.
3 years.
So some years we have employees, because some years we can't give raises, some years we do. So if
But
in a
has there ever
year.
been a time that we haven't, though?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's-
That we haven't?
Given raises?
Yeah, we have.
Not
No,
on
no, I'm
this
saying just
policy.
3%.
No, not on this policy.
There's some
We've always
years-
done this because it's personnel policy.
Yes.
That employees get raises, and some
Again,
years they
I-
don't.
I
And
think-
some years they get raises, and some years employees get more than the other people. So we ought to come up with a system that says.
Incentive to stay.
Well, okay. I
Incentive to
just-
stay.
I know that.
I'm sorry, it's incentive to stay.
And it was,
It is.
it was
It's
meant to be an
longevity.
incentive. I was here when they started all that, and it was just an incentive, because sometimes we couldn't give raises, and if you're not gonna get a raise, you got an
Right.
incentive. You're lucky if you got a raise the same
Right.
year, you got the same pay, so, yeah, you got,
Sometimes you got two.
double
right.
whammy.
Yeah, you get the double, yeah.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying now, Commissioner, that
But, I
maybe
mean,
not
if
fair.
you're gonna do every 3 years to everybody, well, it's something different. I mean, either we do it, you don't do it, or do everybody in every 3 years.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
something we have to look at.
So,
Okay. We need to address that probably next year, work on a plan if we're going to make any changes to that, because it would be the beginning of the cycle.
It's
again.
currently written in the personnel policy, Joe, I'd work with Tim on reviewing that, yes.
Okay, okay. Item number 3,
We have zero impact for prior position mid-year changes. Number 4, TCDRS, the retirement rate is going to decrease. That's a decrease of 152,642. Included already, right?
No, that's not included
It's
yet.
not included?
not,
Okay.
tell us when something is included.
The county attorney, we wanted to increase their legal fees, the budget up to $400,000. Right now, it's $328,000. And year-to-date, it's like 291 already. And we still have,
So the
2 months to go.
181 would be the increase to that?
that's
Yeah.
correct, to bring it up to 400,000.
Is that it, your request, Jenny?
No, but I do want to point out,
it's continuously characterized as county attorney legal fees, but that account is used for services that the court has. This is, I want everybody to remember.
When we hire outside
Yeah.
counsel to cover our stuff.
Outside
yes,
counsel
yes.
that we control and outside counsel that the court has decided on its own without us to hire legislative consultants, if I'm not mistaken. So
Are they
this
out
is
of this
not
account?
solely.
No,
This
they're
is
not out of that
basically
account.
separate.
No.
Like
Totally
you're saying,
legal
these
fees.
county legal fees, whether they're
Yes.
initiated by the court or by
So
the
really, it's not
attorney.
an in-house thing.
Yes, okay.
We get you.
0 for the jail overtime, we use the vacancies. Transportation of inmates, $100,000 increase request.
They put this in the request, I left it in the request, so this is already included in the
This
numbers
one
you
is
have.
included, yes.
Metrocom for next year is gonna be an increase of $19,953. The budget will be 1.936453 is our budget. We do have a balance.
Okay, hold on, I'm gonna go back to number 7. Jail transportation of inmates. It's 100,000. How much were we paying before? This is an increase or what?
It is an increase. Their costs are, and this is kind of minor, their costs are well above average. They need more funds in their transportation budget for the inmates.
The main reason why they need the transportation for other entities is the number of vacancies they have in their office, they can't do it themselves.
But we also use the
You can't-
vacancies to do the
Well,
overtime,
yeah,
so
I-
that's why,
yeah,
yeah.
Couldn't get
I
a
understand all that.
Yeah.
nobody can be-
Lucky they got vacancies, they get overtime.
Yes, exactly.
So, but I'm just saying, I thought at one point we were paying probably like 200,000 or something, or
I'm sorry,
250.
Commissioner?
I thought one time we were paying like maybe 250,000 for transports. No,
Sure.
No, it's high.
no, wasn't that high?
It's on page, I have it noted, just a second, I lost my spot. It's on page Q79 in your book. Oh, It's on page Q79 in your book.
And what is that amount?
The budget was 199,800. The estimate year end is 899,709.
889,000.
Got a good estimate.
That's Dale's number.
And you want to add another 100,000, right? So it'll be 998,000, 89,000?
And what was the actual so far this year?
We had a contract for 460,000. I'm trying to remember that we had a contract for 460,000.
I don't think they can get anybody to do the transfer. I think it was a problem with doing an RF, what is it, request for proposals? They couldn't get anybody to do the transport, so. But I can tell you actual. Let me see.
This is just for solely transport, take inmates back and forth?
Yes, sir.
To another county.
No,
To
no,
another
the number
county.
for 899 is more than just the transportation of inmates. That's the budget category, so everything not shown as a line item estimate down below is added in that's within that budget category, or that ledger account, as it's called in Workday, is rolled up into that cost. So the 899 includes more than just the transport of inmates.
Do you have what all it does include? Yes.
I can provide you with that list. It's a long list.
Yeah, it's right here.
And this is when the sheriff has to transport inmates either to another county or to the state locations, and
Right.
they don't have the staff to do it here locally.
for transfer to doctors or
Building a new jail
hospital
for
and
that
that
kind of
kind of
money.
stuff, all of that too.
Other
is
counties,
that-
they've taken inmates to
Yes,
another county
yes,
because,
yeah.
yes.
But you could build a new jail for that kind of money.
I thought the internet was down.
Grayson went to go pull the number for the actuals right now, so we can get that for you in just a minute.
I thought we pulled it up when we had our meeting with the sheriff and I made notes, but I have way too many notes up here, so if he could, that'd be great. It's like to show why that was necessary to increase that.
Does it include other expenses like fuel or maintenance for the vehicle?
No, the 899 does not. It includes other things, off the top of my head, what I can remember is, well, you see that you've got your contractual vehicle leases in there, your insurance expense, your interlocal agreements, your membership dues, certifications is in that number. If there's any, I don't believe that he has any, but if there's any outside agencies, that would roll up into that 5410 other services and charges. Law enforcement equipment is in that 544 budget category. So that's gonna include all of their
Not
wearing
transport,
apparel,
yes.
their bulletproof vests, their badges, their hats, their shoes, their uniform costs are in that number. And so there's other stuff inside that 5410 besides the transport
it's
of
not just
inmates. And
transport.
again, I'm just going off the top of my head what I remember. I'm positive that all of those items are in that budget category, but the list is probably, because that's a very large budget category, the list is probably like 100 different things. But their bullets are in that category. There's a lot.
The Commissioner, you asked about gasoline. There should be a line, separate line on there that says gasoline and fuel.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that okay, Commissioner? Are we ready to move on? The Metrocom then?
The increase is 19,593 for Metrocom for next year. We are going to, we do have a balance owed for the current year, 23-24, of 138,971 that we use reserves for that portion due to the budget constraints this year. And so we are going to submit an agenda item to pay for that through ARPA.
ARPA, because originally the first payment going into this and getting our equipment, we were notified that ARPA had paid for that was an allowable expense for this, so,
It was allowable?
yes, we have checked with both, yes.
Number 9, the sheriff office has a temporary employees. He wants to maintain that budget for the temporaries.
And that number was, put in the request, and it was it's currently in the budget.
Which one?
The 20,000, number 9.
20,000 is in the budget
It's
already?
currently the number's currently in there, yes.
Okay.
Wait, which one's currently?
Number 9?
20,
9 is in budget?
Yes, it's currently included, yes.
Okay, so you said the 1 and 2 weren't, but 9 is, and is anything?
7 isn't
7
either.
and 9, it currently is.
Yes,
7 is?
Yes.
just the 2 that are.
Okay, and so you just put them as discussion items, even though they're in the budget. Tell me how you did that, why you did that?
Well, Teresa put the discussion item together. She wanted just to reference why they're requesting this. Right now, I felt when we did the valuation, it was a qualifiable expense, so I left it in there, but it can be removed.
No, it's fine, I'm just, if it's
That's a
in,
recommendation from all of us that met on there. We agreed that it was a qualifiable and needed.
right, it just needs to be
Yes.
noted, and as you're
Yes,
doing, that
yes.
it's already in the budget, because when you get down to this bottom line, we have to back those numbers out.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay, so just keep acknowledging that, tell me that, or tell us that when you get to that item, that's
Yes, I will.
appreciated, thank you.
Yes.
Number 10,
They have security maintenance costs for the cameras. $59,000 is the increase.
And that's also been included?
Included already?
Yes.
yes.
We're looking at
Number
putting
11,
in, contingency for interim department head, a salary supplement for interim department head
For those-
staff.
people that get pushed into a position that the department head is out and they're doing additional work. Sometimes before, in previous history, we've been able to make it work because the department head left and is no longer an employee. But when they're still an employee and they're collecting their salary, there is no budget for them to get any kind of, I think we were talking about a 10% increase, temporary increase while they are doing the job of the department head that is out.
Which means we'd have to pass a coordinating policy with that.
Yes, mhm.
Oh, so someone's
Yes.
gonna draft that up and present it if we're moving forward. I mean, I think it's fair. I'm just,
Yes,
we gotta put
that's-
something in place that's in
We
writing.
need to know if y'all were willing to do it before we went to a lot of trouble, but I think it's right for the employees that have to do that work, by all means, yes, yes.
I mean, based on, just
Doing
needing to
two
see a
jobs, I
policy.
agree.
Yeah,
It's a fair concept.
yeah.
Devil's in the detail, right, Teresa?
But that is not included already in the
Currently,
budget.
no.
Yes, so that's an exit, yes, okay. 12,
The next item is for the annex and the jail. It's also for the security cameras. The increase is $118,000.
And that is currently included in the budget.
this is additional equipment.
It's for the maintenance
The maintenance
on
of
the
the-
equipment.
maintenance of the-
on-
yes.
Yeah, and that's what we
Yes.
all need to realize and remember when we allow these things. There are maintenance fees that come with this every year as well, yes.
That's in the budget.
That is correct, yes, sir.
The next item is for purchasing, is wanting to resume the lease vehicles for next year. Because it was stopped last year, budget, COVID, vehicles that were in the pipe, those were stopped, and so we still have leased vehicles, but he's ready to resume and pick up 13 vehicles for next year's, the budget.
And the 3 departments that are on the list to receive those?
Right, it would be 2 for Public Works, 3 for Inland Parks, 4 Coastal Parks, 8 for the sheriff, and then 1 for each of the 5 constables.
And that's 13 vehicles? Did I miss the
13
count there
total.
somewhere, something?
Uh-oh.
And that's not in the budget already?
No, it's not. Also, just to let you know, Michael has been working with the sheriff's office. They originally wanted for the sheriff's office, but the sheriff said he'll buy the equipment that goes in the cars for 4 of them if they, for the lease. So he agreed to do a little bit of that. Also, please note, Michael had told us that the city for Metrocom is saying that all the computer equipment in each of the cars we have may need to be replaced.
And Teresa and I just went to a meeting with Metrocom with going over our accounts and stuff, and they did not mention that to us at all. I
But Michael-
know,
Michael
I
told
need
me
to
that.
call them and find out what the deal is, because I would think that discussion would have come up at those meetings when we met with the city and Metrocom.
Now, the one item that may be of good sense is our computers are a different model than the cities. So
So we
ours
can
might
do
be
that.
able to be upgraded where the cities may not be. So that's something we need to look into.
Okay, yes.
Because it's going from Windows 10 to Windows 11.
And it has to be Windows 11.
Yes,
So we may not have that 600,000, I understand that's the amount for that
If we have to
increase.
replace all of them.
Yeah.
Right, it's item number 52, the last item on the
Oh, you
the
added it later,
document.
sorry, well then we're jumping ahead of ourselves here.
No, it's
That's
on there, so-
okay.
I was just,
Excuse me, Judge?
Yes.
What is the benefit to leasing the vehicles rather than buying them and then auction? We weren't making any money on auction vehicles out?
Back many years ago, before we started this year, Commissioner, we had about $400,000 to $500,000 as a budget for vehicles. And because of the cost of vehicles, we were only able to replace 7 or 8 a year. With this lease, the first year lease, we were able to replace 52. And the second year, we replaced, so we got half of our fleet under lease, so we're able to get most of our older cars off
you
the
get
streets. And now it's basically almost at the same price, a little bit more than if we do the same thing. So I think we get more cars for the lease.
Okay. Thank you.
And when they need maintenance, who takes care of that?
What's the question?
When they need maintenance?
Maintenance, part of the lease agreement has a maintenance clause in the agreement that we pay a certain amount for maintenance, and the sheriff's employee will take the car to an assigned dealer, and they'll get the car, and most of the maintenance is already pre-authorized and paid and taken care of, so unless it's a major repair, it's already been expensed.
So, but we only have one person that we take them to, because sometimes it take a long time to get them.
According to what we did when we signed the agreement with the enterprise, they have many locations they can go to, it just had to be an enterprise location.
Has to be approved, one of their approved locations.
There's many locations.
Do they keep
So it's up to
track?
Michael to go to pick anyone he wants, or up to the officer?
The officer can choose anyone that's, as long as it's pre-approved, they can go anywhere as long as because they've got a card in each of the cars that's saying, this is this, and they can go anywhere they want as long as it's authorized. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
are they pretty strict on the mileage of the vehicle? Because I've heard maybe some vehicles are being used longer than what they're supposed to.
That's why we kind of went to the lease function of it, because when we, as we said, we were only able to buy 7 or 8 vehicles at a time. And it's hard to replace, 30 cars when you only buy 7. So with the, when we first did the first lease agreement, was around 50 or 60 cars, and we replaced most of the oldest fleet. So we're trying to get up where we're trying to eliminate those cars that are still old and either repairs are too high or they can't function, and we're trying to get those replaced.
Yes. 'cause
And
I've heard-
with the agreement with the enterprise is, every 5 years, they'll bring in a case saying, we need to replace these, here's how much it costs, and we'll sell these cars that you have, and we'll give you this much money for it.
Okay.
So we get a credit back on
Yes.
that, yes.
That's good. That's good.
Also, on the capital outlay on this, on the equipment, is that with the higher priced equipment, or is that with the basic equipment?
That's lower cost for the sheriff. We
Yes.
still need to ask the constables.
Yes, okay. Because I know there were some lights, an issue that they wanted the higher priced lights and stuff
Well,
on the
most of the
vehicles.
older, the newer equipment with the lights were inside the cars, which is more expensive. The sheriff said, we're gonna go with the lights on top, which is cheaper. But now we need to make sure the constables are willing to do that as well. But that, where the constables are a very minimal number of cars, but still with that, reduced costs. And
That's
Michael
why-
says they can save about $20,000-$30,000 if everybody does it.
Yeah, so the constables get to decide that, or is that, I mean, if the sheriff is going with the cheaper ones, is like,
They
is
worked
that a
with the
choice?
company that did this stuff, and it was agreed that it was all go inside. Now the sheriff said, no, put them on the outside. Now, there may be agreement with the constables. Well, I'll have to work with Michael, see what it is.
Well, the sheriff was also willing to use some of his funds before to pay for things when he asked over. The constables may be willing to pay the additional cost for the higher price
Most of the
with
constables
their
don't have a
funds.
significant forfeiture fund balance where the sheriff has a significant amount, so we'll work with each one of them.
We all uniform,
Yes,
same
yes.
thing.
Okay, well, if the sheriff isn't getting them, then they shouldn't get them,
That's what I'm
then,
saying, so
yeah,
it should be all across the board the same,
yeah.
I mean.
But none of those were included in your numbers already, yes? Neither one of those two items?
no.
Yes, okay,
The equipment is actually budgeted in capital outlay.
yeah.
So we have like 250 for vehicles, for equipment. So the difference would have to come from contingency within that department.
250,000 is budgeted in capital outlay, okay,
For this kind of type of equipment, yes, ma'am.
okay. Then moving on,
The
Lobbying.
lobbyist, legislative consultants,
and that's putting them back up because this is a legislative year, and they did an excellent job for us. I think there's some important issues that the county will be looking at this next year as well, so
And the budget was never reduced last year, so this number already
money's-
exists in the budget.
it is already in there, okay.
And I
and it
think-
is for the whole year.
And I think we had always reduced them after the session to
Yes,
a
yes.
different amount.
Yes, yes.
So obviously, this number would go down,
Correct.
but it's in the budget as that amount.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did you say the,
Lobbying is included,
right, but
Yes.
the leases, we discontinued last year because of the budget stuff, and this is to put it back in?
That's
Yes,
correct.
sir.
yes.
Okay.
Number 15, travel budget. everyone cut their travel last year, those that couldn't delete people or something, so we have it in here to add back this year.
We've gone through all the requests, not many put any additional travel requests, but we can look through each of them and work with you and the office to see if there need to be any increase. But right now, this is what would be if we put the 100% back in, so I don't foresee doing that full amount. So that's probably a very high amount, so.
And it's not included already?
No, it's not.
Yes, okay.
And not requested either.
Some
Correct.
requests,
Some
not total.
did a few
Yes.
requests, but not many.
Yes.
Number 16 is emergency services, decreasing the budget for the fire inspections, $25,000 to go towards the new position that's being requested for emergency management.
And she put that request in as a negative, and I left it in the budget, so that's already as a reduction to the budget.
And moving on to 17.
Intoxilizer program, the increase is $3,615.
Is that in
It's funded in
there?
the sheriff's.
Is that in there already?
No, it's not.
No. And that's a contractual amount or whatever, agreement or whatever that we
We
have?
do it every
Yes,
year,
yeah,
yes, ma'am.
okay.
The appraisal district, the numbers that we have is just the estimate that we've received from the appraisal district. It usually changes as we get closer, probably in the budget, we'll get a different number and we'll have to offset that number. So this increase is only what we received from them right now, as of right now. They haven't adopted their budget or anything. And it's $146,000 for general fund and $2,446 for the road fund.
And the Nueces County Appraisal District part, we don't really get a say in that, right? Which is, how do we,
Pay a lot of money.
yeah, I mean, how do we
By
do
your
that?
board
Because
members.
they just, no offense, but, I mean, like, I think they gave themselves raises last year when everybody else was having to cut the refineries. I think that's what I remember, which was another thing that I was really bothered about. Like, here we were, everybody, all these cuts were being made by, you know, Toloso, Del Mar, us, because of the dispute between them and the refineries.
Yes.
And yet, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they still put forth raises last year when.
They did.
When they knew we were all struggling, and quite frankly, we were struggling because they didn't tell us the information timely, or we could have fixed it during the legislative session. They put us in this bind, but they went ahead and gave raises. So it really is frustrating that we just get a bill from them and have to pay it. Is there anything we can do, and maybe that needs to be on our legislative agenda, that says, hey, look, we need to have some oversight if, you know, over these budgets that they just get to go willy-nilly approve and send us a bill for. I mean, because that's just kind of
Now, I remember
really
reading
right.
something, the county attorney might have to review this as well, but there's something in there where we can dispute these charges from the appraisal district and question them, and but I don't know if there's anything we can do about it, but there, you know, this is based on our population, based on evaluation, based on certain values, how they calculate these rates.
Well, let's at least, at the very least, put this on our legislative discussion items to go back and see if there's something we can do, since the legislature's so always concerned about taxes being raised. This is something that causes us to raise potential taxes.
Yes.
I mean, it's not a huge number, but it adds up, and it's every year. They come back to us and ask, no, they don't ask, they come back and tell us, here's your bill. And so I'd like to know, you know, what the
We
total,
have an option.
is this is what we pay for the general fund right now?
Yes.
A million, no, wait, this million, it says general fund budget
$1.2 million is what we budgeted this year, yes,
that we pay,
yes.
right? So.
Yes.
So we're paying $1.2 million, we're $111 million actual budget. So we're paying $1.2 million, which is 1%?
We pay
10%,
13%, we pay
probably.
13%
1%.
of all the taxing
Right.
jurisdictions.
Right, so we're paying, 1% of our budget goes to paying an entity that we have no say over. If they wanted to come in and just jack it all the way up, and we get a bill, we gotta pay it. That is inappropriate and wrong. And now these are gonna be elected officials. We're gonna have less input, right? I mean, hopefully they're gonna be more accountable.
Yes, yes.
No offense meant to anybody, but hopefully. But Ben, they're elected officials, so we're gonna have, or three of them are, we're gonna have less, even less, say, so I think we gotta put this on the legislative agenda. So someone take note of that, or I will try to remember, but that's just,
Kevin is already working on
wrong.
some stuff with us on this, so that would probably be a good thing to talk to
You-
Kevin.
yeah,
Pushnick about.
absolutely.
Yes.
Kevin is now on the
yes, he is.
He's a
appraisal
voting
district
member,
board,
yes.
and
As
he
a
could
voting
probably get, as a voting member, before he wasn't allowed to vote, but changes in the law now allow him to vote, and he can probably provide additional information.
Yeah, and
Is this included in your numbers?
No, it's not.
No, okay. Moving on to insurance, property windstorm, that is just an increase in our policy.
For the property, windstorm,
Yes, yes.
uh-huh.
That's
Is
the
that
general.
included?
No, it's not, ma'am.
No?
That is, all of, whenever we increased, policy premiums just a few weeks ago during Commissioners Court, those costs then get in turn passed on to the departments because our self-insurance fund is a enterprise fund, and therefore it has to be fully funded and run as a separate business. So all of the expenses that get paid have to be covered by an offsetting revenue. So the revenue to the enterprise fund is the expense to every other fund that is benefiting from the self-insurance fund. And so those costs are allocated out amongst the departments that had expenses or policies.
Departments and funds.
Yes, departments and
Departments
funds.
Yes, okay. 20,
20 is a new item that we are wanting to budget in, as an expense in 1285 General Administration for claims and settlements, $1.5 million.
we usually, from the way I understand, at the end of the year, do this. We'd like to have this in a budgeted item where we can keep track, because we go in there and have opportunities and get questions, and if we had a running total we could go to that was quicker, that we could see maybe what our options were, how much we had, it may help us to make difficult decisions. That it's just a budgeted item that
Yes,
we
Your Honor,
usually transfer at the end of the year.
In the past, we record an estimated claims liability based on the information from the county attorney's office in our special revenue funds, like Lisa just mentioned, of 1.3, 1.5, 1.7 million, whatever it might be the case. And our settlements were done out of that. It wasn't easy for y'all to see this, so.
Special revenue has way too many
This will
things
be
in it.
where
We
you'll
wanted
see
to
the
be able to
expense, then we can
see.
offset the.
but this is in the budget.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I haven't included it yet.
It's
Well, but-
usually,
But it's in there, it's in somewhere,
It's in Fund 10, but not in Fund 11.
but it's not gonna cost, we're not asking for
we're not
another
increasing
another
the
1.5
amount because you
million.
already did it in the other, so this
Correct.
should already be in there
Correct,
then.
yes.
It's,
Okay.
so it's, this is a wash, just
Yes,
again, because everybody needs to
exactly.
understand this.
Yes.
This is that's and so, again, at the
point.
at the end of, when we're coming down all these things, that has to be backed out too. That's correct. Okay.
Yeah, we just wanted to be able to see it
No,
more
it's fine.
clearly.
I think
Yes,
it's
yes,
totally makes sense.
Yes.
And we're just we're putting it
Creating a fund.
Yes.
creating a new account,
Yes.
which is, yeah, okay.
Yes. 21. Lovely.
Estimated increase for the health premiums
And
For
this
the
is
health
what-
fund.
You're just wanting to budget this year because
This is for next year too.
This is for next
During, when, McGill
comes
brought
out of
the
our
values
reserves every
up for y'all increased the premium numbers for the counties, and the employees, employees. And the increase for the general fund is $2.2 million. The increase for, which is not part of this because they have their own funding sources, for Fund 12, which is our road and bridge, is $136,000 increase. For inland parks, it's a $59,000 increase. For coastal parks, it's a $53,000 increase. And for the small ones, 15, 16, which is our law library and our airport, it's only $2,000 to $3,000 apiece.
And you're talking, this is for the health insurance
Health
premium?
insurance
No.
premiums?
All right, health insurance premium, yes.
Okay, well, what's the 2.2 million? There's obviously a bunch more.
2.2 on top of our regular budgeted amount last
Yes.
year. This is in addition to what we had last year. We're increasing the total.
Correct.
Do we have what the total would be, just moving it with this added to it, what our county's balance of that would be? No?
For the general fund, it's probably $12 million.
Plus this two. That'd be about 14
Yes,
something,
yes.
yeah, okay.
Wait, I'm not following that.
This is an added, number 21 will increase the amount because our health insurance has gone higher.
We always pull it out of reserves every year that we have an overage, right? That's what.
Yes.
Well, this is because when they brought the balances in with Tim and McGriff brought the balances in saying, here's our premium, this is what the employee would pay, this is what the employer would pay for our health insurance, and the rates went up. So now we have to spend the additional costs in our general fund for making up that difference, and that's 2.2
So this is
million.
only for the premiums
No,
that
correct. It's
is
for the
going to
overage.
increase. This is,
Paid premiums.
County paid
But
premiums.
this is the, but
This
why
this
would
is not the
we,
overage.
we already pay county paid premiums.
Yeah, but this is an increase for that.
our
This is the
prices went
overage
up.
that we always hit every year.
No, this is
This is the increase in the county paid premiums.
what our cost have
What
gone
our
up in the
cost
premium
is of those
price.
premiums.
Based on the overage from last year, because we under budgeted last year.
Yes.
Yes.
Right,
So,
so that we
it's so
pulled
that,
from the
so that
reserves.
they're true, yes, so that we won't have to do, knock on
Next
wood,
year,
so that we won't
transfer.
have to do those transfers at the end of the year. So you're not hit with an unknown bill that you're not expecting at
You're
the end of the
trying to
year.
budget actual expenses instead of doing that transfer at the last of the year.
That's
Right,
correct.
and so when,
It's all-
and when we send our next HR newsletter to all our employees, I want them to
Before I
see
go.
that we're spending, so if people are complaining about whatever raises we get, let's remind them of the $2.2 million more that they're also getting. This is that area that they're not, it just doesn't gonna register with them. I'd rather take the $2 million and put it towards raises and charge whatever the insurance premiums are, because they don't follow this insurance premium, and that we're keeping their insurance number low, and they don't count it. They just don't count it. It's a huge benefit for employees.
Exactly.
And sometimes we forget it, but this is a huge benefit if we have to do this. I don't know how we're gonna to do this and build your reserves up. Now, you may not have to build as much reserve up
Exactly what you
because
changed,
you're
yeah.
not drawing from it if you do this, because your reserves will stay the same and not go down, or maybe go up a little depending on what it all washes out to.
So
But that's a
You
big number.
said this is included in your number already. This is not
Oh.
included in that number already, okay, yes.
Nor number
Huge
20,
benefit,
right?
huge
Number
employee
20 is
benefit,
not
huge.
included?
No,
No. 21 and 20?
It's not.
And Dale, just to keep beating the dead horse, what's the percentage that we pay of the insurance premium?
85%.
about that.
85.
About that, yeah.
Yeah.
80, if anyone can find a plan, anyway, we won't go
Yeah.
there.
20 and
pays
21 are not
85%.
included.
That's correct.
Neither one of those two are included in the
Well, like
budget.
Commissioner's saying, that the one for the claims is more of a wash, so it's not, it's technically claimed, so 20 can be, is a claim number, we'll just move some numbers
20
around,
is-
so
yeah,
it'll be a
so
net
20
zero.
is included,
So
let's
21 's
say
not.
21 is not.
That's correct.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
that's
Thank you.
What?
22,
So
Oh,
20, 19 and 20 are already added on there or not?
19 is not, 20 is already, is theoretically covered in the budget, 21 is not, so 20 is, so
And 19 is not.
19 is not.
19 is,
I
I
didn't-
remember I put that in.
Oh, you put the increases in, so
Yes,
19
I put that
19
in. So
okay.
19 is, 20 is not, 21 is not.
Well, 20 is more of a wash, so that's technically in, so
so it's
yes.
tentatively in,
Yes.
yes, just creating
Yeah,
a different
20,
account.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 22,
The grant match for the public defender office next year will be $85,000, general fund transfer.
and we already voted and approved that. That is not included in.
Well, I've got to work with grants. There's a number in the budget for transfers to grants, which is always more than what we need.
But why?
So I just need to find out what the numbers technically are, so it
Why?
may be there.
But why? But she came in and said, we can use all the grant until July of next
This
year.
is their estimated actual, because we're gonna use the 1.4 that they have left. They have allowed us to go back and use last
Right.
year's. But
They
they
expect it to be less.
estimate
They
it to
expect it to
be
be less.
less than 85,000, so we need to maybe budget for the 85 just in case.
Right, but, okay,
For the whole year, they're gonna use
I know,
their
but I'm saying
funds.
I don't understand, because the first 2 years, were supposed to be 100%, if I remember right. She came in and said, we don't have to worry about this, basically, ma'am, not putting words in her mouth, until
Yeah.
July of next year, which would be next year budget.
No, this
Or is this
was-
the between July and September nexus or something? I don't understand where the 85,000, because I thought,
The first 2 years,
Did
the
say
first 6 months of the first year, they really weren't even doing anything. They didn't have an
Right.
office, they
So
didn't
no
have a
money
space.
was
It was,
spent.
so that's
Little
why
bit.
they're allowing us, we're actually gonna get like even 6 months over. They're gonna allow us this whole year, which we would have only, that would have been this July when the 2 years ended. So they're gonna allow us to do that next year, to utilize these funds that would have already been.
They're gonna use the grant money first.
Yes, yes,
But still gotta pay some money.
yes. Here we go. But I think she came to court and she gave us excellent, I mean, we asked her for those numbers and she did come to court and she did, I mean, they've done over 600 cases this year or something. They've moved cases and,
oh, I don't,
Yeah.
they're working.
they're working very
They're working.
hard and
But-
fully staffed, yes.
So, and,
Go
so
ahead,
then
Commissioner.
next year it goes down to the 80, or no, next year we're gonna have to fully fund then? Is that what they're saying?
No, it goes to staggered level.
We're at
Yes.
20%, 80-20, then 60-40,
60-40,
then, yes,
We
yes.
still
So
have,
next year's the year that it starts to kick us in the teeth, right? Okay.
Now, right now I'm saying this is probably in the budget because we have a budget number for transfers to grants, and I haven't worked with them on which ones are gonna be pluses and minuses. And I know that, our indigent defense people are coming out, and some other stuff is coming out, so I'm gonna right now say it's in there, but it may change.
it's 85,000, it's not gonna hurt. Number 23,
Based on I'll do the number 23, based on the agreement with the collective bargaining agreement, when I increased their salaries from last year to this year, it's a $325,000 increase. This is not in the budget amount, but this is a fixed amount based on the contractual agreement.
and we increased them in the collective bargaining thing for the next year, it wasn't, or is this?
They went from, each year has a small increases in a certain
Oh,
amount,
that's
so
right,
I'm,
that's
I
right.
go with this, and then this is the last year of the current contract, and we'll have to go out and negotiate again. But the increase between last year and this year is around 325, and it's
remember
included
that now.
benefits.
I
And
remember
it's not part of, it's not, has not been included yet.
Okay. 24,
24 are just estimates based on, AHI was conditionally selected on this August the 7th. So we are putting an estimate in based on their
Just
numbers that
figure, just
they've
pulling numbers
provided.
out of thin air, do we have a better estimate, or is this
I
what
think
we're
that's
assuming?
probably low.
Yeah, I thought it was more like 400 or something.
It's gonna be hard, but the document that we had, it's not very clear how they're calculating it, so we need to wait. I'm sorry. The document that we have, it's not real clear how they are calculating the increase. And so we're gonna wait.
It was 350, didn't Public Works come in here and say, and they didn't get the transfer, it wasn't enough, so now it's going to increase, so I would assume it's gonna be every bit of 400. I'm sorry, go ahead, Lisa.
That was what I thought too, but if you look at, we weren't able, because it's a closed bid, we don't have the numbers, but the estimate that we got, it's very vague. And it's, I was thinking the same thing as you, this looks like we're going down, but
Looks
we're
like
gonna
there's no
work
way they're
with
going
Public
down.
Works and Michael. That number's most likely gonna change between now and when the budget gets adopted, because we will have a contract hopefully by then. And
Oh,
so we'll
okay.
be able to
Okay.
change that, because we will know the amount.
And is
But the
any of
information that
We're
we
gonna create
had.
a separate space on there so that it can be identified, so.
No contract.
And there's
Yes.
nothing already put in the budget for this
Well,
amount.
it's already part of the, another category, like Lisa was saying, so the original
gonna
portion there,
separate
just the
it out.
increase is not, that's correct.
The increase is not, that's correct.
And before, like last year, they said it was 350 or something?
Yes.
Around there, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So it's not in yet, right?
Very good. 26,
Right.
25, sorry, excuse me, jumping.
Number 25 is just to remind you guys that the sale of asset monies is still available.
Oh, yes, this is a good one. We had been talking, and after talking to Dale last year, and Commissioner Mottas a little bit last year. We haven't brought this back up, but I wasn't aware, this 1.165 that we have in here has to be spent basically out there on that property, and we had thought we could do the records
And
warehouse
when because the money was originally, because we had,
sale of the,
where the outlet mall is, where they bought the property from us because it was bought by bond proceeds. It was, had to be maintained there. Those bond proceeds now have expired, so this can be used for anything the court wishes to do.
oh, perfect, okay. But one of the things we were looking at possibly, because we pay $250,000 a year for the records warehouse, that we could possibly utilize those funds and build a records warehouse out at the fairgrounds location to move our stuff in. That, I think,
And the 247,000 usually as currently is can, if you need to finance something, can be used as finance payments.
Something that we could
And you wouldn't have to
finance
go
it.
out for debt, you just use it as financing.
Yes. It is something that we definitely need to look at. As I understand it, the people at the warehouse are, they're really wanting us to leave as well. The building needs a lot of repairs and things. I think they'd like to sell it. This is something that we need to look at for the future.
It'd go up this year.
The rent went up, and I think Edward brought us an estimate on something, it was only 2 million something, but I think that was an 80 by a 250 or so, it was only like 20,000 square foot. I was concerned because this building is like 60,000 square foot. I did talk to IT and Daryl, and he said there's a lot of records that we really need to purge out of there that are old records that need to be destroyed, and we don't have to move that much. I'm kind of thinking Edward's estimate was a little bit low, maybe if we did half of that or something, but that's something to look at. If you have this for a down payment and this would make your payments, we wouldn't have to go out for debt to build a records warehouse out there at the fairgrounds. Just an idea for the future.
Number 26 is a request to put the $100,000 back into the budget for the 20K each for outside agency funds.
And I have included that in the budget.
That is.
Yes.
Included?
Yes, Commissioner.
Number 27, 28, 29 are all annual memberships, dues, annual allocations that are already in the budget. Things that we do every year, the amounts are already in.
That's correct.
If anyone has anything off of that list that they maybe think we don't need to do or do need to,
I mean, I
Yeah.
know some of these we don't use all the time. But I think it's important that we review, like how, I mean, we're active, generally as a court, South Texas County Judge Commissioners Association, Texas Association of Counties. I don't know, Commissioner Gonzalez, are you still active with Texas CUC? Or do you still
No,
participate with
I'm
them or
not
not
on
really?
the board anymore, but I'm.
No.
that's-
You're still
that's-
You're still active, okay.
Yes.
So those are some of the ones that I kind of wanted to highlight, but the I-69 Board, Judge, are you on that? Do you serve on that, or do
I
we
don't
have
think
any
I-
representative on there? Because I haven't heard or seen anything of it, and I know a chunk runs through really through 3 precincts, through precincts 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, we all have a chunk of it at least, so, I mean, that's a substantial amount that, I mean, overall, it's not that much compared to the millions we're dealing with, but we could reallocate that. I mean, it's worth considering. So maybe if we can designate someone judge, I don't want to point to anyone in the crowd here, but if maybe we can get someone to look into that to see
I was
the value.
I'm sending Peyton a
Okay.
message on,
Yeah.
and
On which one?
the I-69 Alliance.
Oh, I-69.
Yeah. And the Nueces River Authority, I don't know, for Senate Bill 1 and 6, I don't know what the differences are there as well.
Got 2 of them.
Yeah. So maybe if we can just get an update on all of them. I mean, some of them that we know or participate with, others that we're maybe not so familiar with, that at some point maybe the court was involved with, but it's been years.
I'm on the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries,
Yes.
the county
I mean, that
judges. I
one's-
am the
yeah.
National Association of Counties. We get stuff. I don't know how much river authorities, the South Texas, those, yes. I'm trying to think of all the ones that I go to.
I mean, I know,
The COG,
They-
we're all on. We definitely are involved in that. Chamber of Commerce, TWIA, South Texas Military Task Force. I'm on both of those.
right.
Yes, I do attend those
Yeah,
meetings.
so I mean, it's a good mixture. I think we are involved with most of them. Just, maybe remind them, hey, we're paying this
This
much
Rio
money a year.
Grande
Get an
legal aid.
update, get an email, get a hello presentation once a year or something, just to kind of justify
True.
how and why we're with them. We know, I mean, even the South Texas Military Task Force, thankfully, we haven't had to worry about that, but we always have to maintain it because we don't know when that decision will come up again from Congress. So I know that there are some on standby. But I mean, there's other entities out there that I know that are growing within the state that may be a better partnership than maybe I-69. Although we have the bypass that was just completed near Driscoll and all of that. So just, like I said, maybe for them to reengage us, just to make sure that the money is worth it. you
We'll
know?
get something. She
Yeah.
says I am on board, but I don't recall going, and I go to lots of meetings, but I don't recall attending
Yeah.
that one, sorry.
Yeah.
Commissioner, are you just maybe wanting them to come and do a presentation or
Well,
send us something
I'd like,
or?
yeah, just something. I mean,
Okay,
obviously,
Or-
more than likely, the judge is gonna be the designee for most of these that we're not directly involved with ourselves individually. But it's like, hey, where has our money gone in this past year? That, are we getting updates at least of some sort of work they're doing on our behalf collectively? Just to kind of rattle them up, remind them, hey, we're sending you tax dollars for a reason and we need to know what we're getting out of it.
We can even put the reports like we do, some of those on the,
Yeah, it doesn't have to
air
be anything
quality.
big or
It can be in
fancy,
the
right.
consent agenda
Right.
where everybody gets it. If
Exactly.
they don't have time to come and present, at least it.
Judge,
gives us-
if you ever need a break, I'll be happy to sit in for you on that coastal bend bays and estuaries, because that really obviously affects my, area a lot, Sue. So I know you've got,
I
I know you're loaded up. I'm
am.
just offering, so whatever.
I think that's a great idea. You can be my alternate
Oh,
and
yeah,
do that
whatever
every
you need,
time.
Just let me know.
Because
I mean, I hate to spend so much time on items that don't cost much, but when you add those all up, they do
We do.
get a significant amount. And like I said, just to make sure we have some accountability from them. I know that the I-69 Alliance was very active, under, under Judge Borchard and Shamsi and even part of Lloyd Neal. Since then, I don't know how active they've been since at least our portion has been developed, but they're still points south. Like I said, Driscoll, that's fixed up, and I guess into Bishop as well is pretty much fixed, but, maybe they're done. Maybe there's not much we need to worry about in our part of the state. Even though I know it goes from the border all the way up, or Mexico border all the way up to the Canadian border, but do we need to continue to stay with them?
we'll have that for our next meeting. Peyton is checking with them right now, so perfect.
And I know
The-
the Nueces River Authority, they're very active in the community, but just to basically distinguish, what is the difference between the SB 1 and Senate Bill 1 and Senate Bill 6? Is it water, is it flooding, is it wastewater? I know that they have different roles that they oversee, so just to kind of better explain that, so that we know what that means.
We're probably doing ourselves what they're doing.
Yeah, that's a good one to get a
Yeah,
report,
mean,
I agree.
Just
I
to
think
clarify,
you
it's,
deal with
yeah.
one of them more than
Yeah, I
I
deal with
do
one more
even.
than the other,
Yes,
so that's why I'm
yes.
like, I don't even know myself which one stands for which, just so we can
Yeah.
get a better idea.
Good point.
When we or the public were trying to identify that, but.
I have a question then on the Rio Grande legal aid. Is that downstairs? Is that, yeah, do they report to us on anything, or?
They give a report for annually. They do an
They
annual report.
tell numbers of different types of things that they do. But, yeah. That,
With the public defender's office and mental health, is that a duplication then? If this is social mental services beside them, I don't know anything about them.
it could be, we can definitely, look into that. I know the workload changed in '21 so that they had previously been doing a large percentage of the protective orders, and my office took that back in 2021. So I'm not sure of,
What they're,
off the top of my head, what their caseload is like or anything like that.
I think they're doing most of the work still not at the office, but at
Remote?
home.
we've gone in that space. That's another reason I was asking, because we've gone downstairs several times trying to speak to them or something, and that may be some
It's hard to get through.
space that if they are working from home and doing, I mean, if that's where they work, that's fine, but we don't need to not utilize that space if they're not here. Yeah.
And they need to respond.
But yeah, yeah.
I think they're
Our
most-
office has tried a couple of times too, and they don't respond.
I think they're mostly working out of the office on, is it Agnes or where they have a satellite office?
They have one in Agnes, there's one in Agnes.
Then they don't, if they don't need that, I don't think they pay rent either.
But if they don't need it, then there's no reason for us to have wasted space here. Yes. Go ahead.
That's a typo. The expense is in 3200 legal aid.
Oh, so it's not,
Yes,
not mental,
it's not mental,
health.
no.
Yes, okay.
It's legal aid, and the department head or the point of contact is Rebecca Flanagan, I believe, is her name. And I do have contact information for her.
Perfect. Peyton, if you're listening, please contact Lisa about that. Thank you.
But there are people in that office right now. Like, I see them go in there on the site where the hallway is.
Yes, on the hallway,
Yeah.
I saw someone just yesterday, I believe.
Well, good. Maybe just when we went, they weren't. So, yeah, we've tried a couple of times because we didn't know what it was, so. All right, moving on to 30 then, if that's next.
The capital credits, we funded all of the economic development contracts last year from the capital credits funding that we received from the state comptroller. We usually get these funds late in September. Last year, I believe we got maybe like 99,000, so we're estimating $90,000 coming in this year. The fund balance right now is 146,907. If we get 90K, it'll bring us back up to 235, which is the amount that was funded this year in contracts.
And this number is not a budget number for the general fund. This is a special revenue fund, Department 1379. So it doesn't have, this does not have an impact on the general fund budget.
If we get the 90,000, it covers our allocations, because if
Yes.
she's talking about it, the total's only gonna, if we do what we did last year, it's 235, and we're only anticipating receiving 235, so we need to know that when you're changing your allocations to these economic development groups, because that's the limit we have.
And I can give you a copy of the list of everybody that
Perfect.
was funded this year.
Perfect.
Well, they're on here, right? They're on here, right?
No, sir, they're not the annual ones that's listed.
They're in the bottom, 31.
No,
But the capital, as long as we get the 90, the capital credits is in the budget.
yes,
That's correct.
And
yes.
then all the set 27, 28, again, I'm trying to make sure I got a minute, 27, 28, 29, 30 are all in the budget.
Yes,
And, okay.
yes. 31, we just heard from the hospital district, those changes, so I don't know. The one thing I guess we need to highlight in here is the vector control coming back to the county. Is that
Yes, being deleted.
that would be a cost to the county?
I'll put it as, when we get to the budget estimate wise, so I put it as a budget challenge, so we don't know where it's to be funded from yet, whether it's gonna be the general fund, special revenue fund, or public works, we will have to figure that out.
But it's not already in there?
No.
Yes, it's an additional
But it
cost.
still can be paid from the 1.7, you know, just.
No,
Oh, that's-
they took it out of their budget. They
No,
only
no,
want public health in their
I
stuff.
know, Judge, but we're still getting the 1.85. So we could pay it out of, whatever money they give us, we could pay it out of there. Doesn't, because they increased the 1.7 to 1.85.
I think Johnny said
That one point-
money
That
is-
number includes the amount that we're funding to the city. The 1.7 is the city's amount if
If we go back
that,
to the city.
if that contract is gonna be maintained
That's
next
what I'm saying,
year.
but you can pay it out of there, because initially it was paid separately, but if we're not gonna use the 1.7 totally or 1.8, we can use some of those monies to pay some other things.
But we won't know that till November,
Yeah,
so this
right.
has to be included in our budget as an additional expense because we won't have that.
So 31 is in the budget other than vector control? Is that
Yes.
what you're saying?
uh-huh.
I'm just saying, it could, that's a possibility, we could use it for that. I mean,
The 261.59, and I thought, Juan had asked for that number to be increased to 300,000, or where did I get that? Somebody was saying we needed more vector control, more
They have
supplies or something.
reclassification for the employees.
Oh, that was but that hasn't
In his
been
request,
approved, so
right.
261 is all, okay, yes. Then moving on to 32. Oh, this is,
I'll handle this portion of 232. We were given a request to put a few different evaluations, whether we do a cost of living estimate for this. My staff and I prepared 4 different levels. We did a 2.5% increase for cost of living increase for all employees, excluding the law enforcement and the 2 medical examiner doctors.
I have a question about that before you go too much further, yes, because Jenny, I don't think that we can, if we do to all employees, and medical examiner is not a contract anymore, they are employees, as much as I think they are very highly paid employees, and I wish we could do that, but if y'all were telling me we
I can put that in.
couldn't, yeah.
Add a little bit to it, but not a significant amount,
Yeah,
yes.
because if you were saying we couldn't do the other, I don't know how we could exclude them if people have already received. When I asked them to put something together for us to look at, just the background before he gives you these numbers, I was hoping that with all of these reclassifications through the year, basically they're pay raises. I was hoping that we could take whatever someone got this year and then make it match whatever, if we were willing, if we find the money, if we're able to give raises, to balance that, not to give them in addition to that. And I was told that you can't do that if they've been reclassified and you give a raise, we have to give them to all the employees. Which brings me to my point of why I say we can't
yeah, yeah,
exclude the medical examiner or the assistant because they are employees, they are not contracts.
It'll be a small increase from what I show here, but
Okay.
we'll still go with these numbers in general, so.
Wait, yeah, hold on. That's kind of a big deal. Yeah, because holy crap, what an increase that would be for the, medical examiner who's already at the top of the pay scale in the world.
Well, 10% would be $50,000 for him.
Yeah, you gotta work on that.
Yeah.
No offense, but.
And I'm not sure, I want to check into that, the exclusion process, that's why I was asking Jenny, I think y'all are the ones that said we couldn't do it, we would have to do it for the employees. If they
Well-
had changed within the year to
We can
this
exclude
increase.
anyone over 500,000.
We got this question yesterday and started looking at it. I mean, it's not stated in so I'm not sure what parallel is being drawn. There's nothing in the personnel manual that says, that a COLA is 100% across the board. And I know in the past, I believe, past budgets, there has been a concentration at times on the lowest.
Well, we do that right now, if we do half of the people every 3 years, we don't give it to everyone every year.
Yeah, but at some
That-
point, he's gonna be
that's
on that every 3
continuance.
years.
Oh,
But
not
we've
cost
done
of-
partial COLAs before. Think a couple of years back, we did a COLA for Schedule A and excluded everybody on Schedule P.
We went to
We,
the
in fact,
low
we've done
end.
that multiple times.
Yes.
So,
We brought everybody up to
so
30.
as long as you treat everybody that's on the same pay schedule the same,
Then it's okay.
yes. It's,
And they're on their own,
yes,
they're on their own
because they're
schedule.
on their own pay schedule, just like elected officials are on a separate pay schedule. All exempt employees are on one pay schedule and non-exempt employees are on another.
But you couldn't do, like I was asking about, the people that had already gotten a raise this year, even last month, they came to court
Because
to
they're all
change
on the same
because they're
pay
all on the
schedule.
same pay schedule. So that's why we shouldn't do those reclassifications during the year, because then if we want to do something like this, those people are going to get that and something if we do something. That's why those should never be done.
And you know what, that's, if we had a policy in place that reflected that, then
We're going to, I want to address
just a
one this year.
thought.
Yes, believe me, that's been a pet peeve of mine.
I know,
I am going
just
to
a-
address
hey,
that.
Bring a policy, Judge, I'll, you know, we all like policies, right, Judge?
But that's why, you know, we don't even follow them.
No, but if it's a policy, then you
We
can
have
at least
to.
kick it back to the person requesting and saying, look, that's a
Yes.
violation of the church policy that we've
That's
had
true.
in a public meeting on, we've had public hearings on, or, you know, and that's the policy of a court. That's why we have them, so that we can
And
show
I'll give
people,
it back
look,
to
we're
you,
not,
Dale, sorry.
we can't treat you differently. No,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
agree, I agree.
Gotta have a
But that is
policy.
something that has been brought to light that we definitely need to address.
So making those assumptions where we're excluding the 2 medical examiners as well as all the law enforcement that are on their own collective bargaining agreement,
Well, yeah, don't say that we're excluding
No,
law
no,
enforcement,
just-
just, say we gotta do that as a separate, we don't wanna
Yeah,
make them think
that
we're
will
we
be
done.
next
can
year.
bring it back if we want, so.
Well, but they also got collective bargaining.
That's coming up
I was gonna
anyway,
say that.
right,
They got collective bargaining. Everybody else is
on their own,
not part of a collective bargaining.
right.
But they are, so they
Yes.
get that.
Our calculation, 2.5% cost of living increase for those employees that we mentioned are 2.5 million, 11,653. We did a 5% across the board, the same exclusions for 3,558,579. D is 10% for all employees, is 5,652,433. And then we were asked to do a 10% for all the regular employees, where it's at the lower base, all the professionals at 5% and elected officials at 2.5%, was 4,783,270. And we can calculate any additional ones that you request at the moment, but these are the four we have submitted at this time.
And that is not in, none of those numbers
No,
are
no,
included in our
no,
budget.
no,
This would be
no,
additional
no.
cost and it, yes, okay. Options for us to discuss, yes. Any other questions? Moving on to 33 then. Oh, sorry, Teresa. She has in here, just because of the consideration of a COLA, the proposals for the reclassifications are limited. We're waiting to see if we do this possibly in the future, so we don't want to do reclassifications and do this, which is what I said gets us into trouble throughout the.
And Dale, do you have have you given us the number, or Lisa, that, of what the projected new growth money is going to be for the county? Is it in here and I missed it?
Related to what?
It's in tab P. It's that presentation that I gave you for the no new revenue, the voter approved, and then the voter approved plus unused increment.
Right.
That no new revenue increase, that's your new revenue.
But we,
Or your new
When we
improvement
get to-
value.
when we get the
And
estimates-
items that rolled off the,
I think he's asking,
Abatements.
once we get these, if.
Right, but I'm
When
just
we get to
wondering if
K,
we
we'll
got
actually
any
see
more
those
recent
numbers coming in,
information.
yes. When we get to tab K, we'll see those numbers in.
But I mean, have we got any more recent, since we won't get that until we get the certified roll from Ronnie, I guess, the
Well, that's-
exact.
We have
oh,
that.
that's what I'm
That's
saying.
our
So
Yes.
We have an
actual.
exact number. Okay.
Yes.
That's our actual number, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Number
34.
30, number 34 was a reclass for the Director of Veterans and Community Services, the new title for that department, to a pay group 37-2. It would be an increase of 24,817.
This was brought to my attention in a meeting with him. We're adding another department on there. He already carries the veteran cemetery, the veteran services, and then we're adding 5 employees to his department. And as a department head, he makes less than any of them that were brought to my attention. I believe, Dale, I checked with you, and the state matches a portion of his that pays 30,000
Yeah,
of his.
Veteran Cemetery, there is a fee in there that we charge the Veteran Cemetery to cover some of the costs of the county.
Yes.
And that covers
That
this.
covers him.
Most of it, not all of it, yes.
Yes. And I did talk to JJ and ask him on our call with Mr. Kelly to see if the state would be willing to match a portion of this increase for him to be the director of all 3 departments. And it would only put him at the 92 that is, or 88, we can go down, whatever. It just, he is a department head and making less than any of the others, so.
And what is his?
He is right now at a 32.
And this would
something,
take him to a
32.
37?
Yes.
He listed the he listed all the other departments, grants, emergency operations, all the other people, and he was well below any of them. I don't know why that was not brought to our attention in the past. I
Well,
asked
because
him.
we've expanded veteran services.
Yes,
I mean,
exactly.
A veteran service officer used to do X in this county, and now
Now
they
it's
do
doing everything.
a lot more.
A lot more.
And we've just given him more responsibility, and we've put the cemetery, I mean, hopefully the state would be willing to come in here, because a lot of what he does runs that state cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a completely different position than it ever was.
It
I mean,
ever was, exactly.
It was kind of I would call it a quasi department head before, because it was like a veteran service officer and one assistant. That was pretty much all they had down there, if I remember right. That's
Mm-hmm.
correct. And because we've, which I think is a testament to this court, because, veteran services is a statutory obligation that we have, and we need to take care of our veterans, and he's done a great job. And, when we added the cemetery, it was all nice and good to say that the state was gonna pay for everything and blah, 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 but JJ spends a ton of time on that state cemetery. I mean, because he wants to make sure it's done right. So he's completely out of line. But and you don't hear me say that much, but he's completely out of line because
Exactly.
we've expanded that role, and we haven't kept up with, that, not because we haven't wanted to, everybody wants to, because I think everybody thinks JJ does a great job. So I think you gotta get him in line now. Before, you could argue that he wasn't the same as a department head as everybody else, or that position. Now it is.
Now it is,
Now
and they're
it's
moving
now
back
it's a
here.
real
and
department, a bigger department.
I felt this was very much necessary, yes.
Item B are the 2 employees that was approved to be transferred to veterans for veteran services.
And those are already budgeted for in the budget will just transfer from the.
No
yes,
impact, yes.
Yes,
Right. Item C are the 3 additional employees that were also going to be transferred under his authority
In the budget.
yes.
in the budget.
Yes. The only increase would be,
And then so on D, you just see those individuals coming out of social services. So it's a wash.
it's a wash.
Yes.
Number 35, Inland Parks, a certified pool splash pad operator is requested for Inland Parks, $48,160.
And that's for the Parker Pool, and with all of these splash pads that we were doing, it requires chemicals and treatments and someone that knows chemicals and treatments. And I will state that this is a very necessary thing with the splash pads we've been doing, and that unfortunately, our Hazel Baysmore splash pad is down, and so we really need someone in here that knows what they're doing on pool equipment. We have a lot of splash pads that are gonna be sitting there, concrete slabs that are nothing if we don't take care of. I really should probably, when we present these things, the maintenance or something should be brought to the attention to, not knowing this cost in the future, but it's definitely necessary,
It would have been good for us to know that we didn't have anybody qualified
absolutely.
to attend to this things. But hopefully we can get someone soon.
Is there a market for that? How does it compare to the private sector? Will we end up having to just get a contract with a vendor to come and do it?
They have a
the
contract,
rate.
someone that has come from San Antonio, I think is what Edward had said, that they've been having to utilize. This would be an employee that's trained, that learns to do this, to take care of it, so it would be less expensive than what we're having to do.
Well, we'll have to get them trained though.
Yes, absolutely.
See,
Yeah.
we talk about hidden costs, there's extra costs of that, so I don't doubt the need for it. But I'm just saying that, could it be cheaper if we got a local pool company? It could be on contract for that amount or less without having to take on a full-time employee with the additional, benefits package that goes into that.
That is definitely something that needs to be looked at, in that, I can tell you, with the Parker Pool idea, my husband and I had a pool in Port Aransas, and we had to have a San Antonio pool company come to service our pool weekly because there weren't the people
And it-
that wanted to go that far to deal with issues, that was
And I
us.
see what you mean, Commissioner, but I think right now, see, we have so many of them. You're gonna be calling them and calling them and calling them. It's gonna probably, you might fix one today, next, 2 weeks later, the other one. and
Another
then the
reason
other
why I
one.
think those playground equipment is better than these things that are gonna cost
Yeah,
us more
but I
in the
think-
long term.
I think we just, everybody, seems like they're all over now, but. You
No, I
know,
mean, like I said, I get the need of it. I just,
We can
it's gonna be
certainly
more than,
check.
it's gonna be more than that 48,000. I mean, it's gonna be training to get someone certified and the hope that we
training
can
would be one time. though.
retain them.
Cool. And then what you have to remember, chemicals, are those included in those budgets? I mean, you've got chemicals that go into those things so that's not,
I don't think that was included.
none
no.
of the maintenance is included in any of those splash pads.
I believe there would increase 170. For the cost for
for cost
Parker
of
Pool.
chemicals.
So we'll have to increase the transfer into Inland Parks
Yes.
to cover this.
He asked for an increase,
He did.
yes.
Well,
yes.
he included the cost, so
Okay.
that tells us we need to do a transfer.
And that's only Parker Pool, or was that chemicals for all the splash pads too?
I don't know.
Is
I
that
think
right?
it was Parker
So that
Pool.
48 is only
It was
for
Parker
salary.
Pool.
That was only for the person that he wants to get to handle those things and be able to work on it. Tell him you really need someone that is a little bit of a mechanical minded as well for those pumps and things that go out. You know, someone that can do all.
Yeah, better be, but hope we can find somebody that's trained and everything for 48,000, but, because it's gonna be, it's a lot of, it's gonna have to check, you're gonna have to check a lot of this.
Yes.
And you're right, for chemicals, might as well include all of them for chemicals, so,
You think the pay group is too low?
I think so.
I think we'll see when we
Yeah,
go out. Yeah.
don't know.
Okay.
I really don't know.
Item number 36 is mine. So the sheriff came to me. We have been utilizing the sheriff's Natalie, was a public liaison assistant for public information, for emergency services. He has graciously let her work for us as well and do our things and create things on our webpage and got the training and the access. So he is asking, because we use her and because she was, I don't have that in front of me, what her pay scale was, to increase her and split the cost with the county judge's office and the sheriff's office for us to both be able to utilize that. That's the 27 increase. The second item on there is to possibly in the third quarter of our year, probably February, March, going out for a budget accountant, that is the commissioner's court, answers to the court, like Steve Waterman used to be for the commissioner's court. We're thinking with Dale leaving and a new person coming in, and then with us getting ready for a new year and having that person available, we thought budgeting for a half year this first year to get someone in that can give us information too and work with us to plan for this is a good idea. I'm asking for it. I don't know what our end numbers are gonna be. I don't know what our budget is gonna be, but I really think it's a necessary thing for this side of the court. I know Dale answers to the Board of Judges. We need a person in here that we can go talk to and maybe relieve some of the pressure over there and work together. So we're all in agreement again, so that's my ask.
Is this on the budget accountant, is that a different role than what Teresa
Yes,
currently serves?
yes, it would be more like Steve Waterman. Teresa has been doing this as well for us, but it's a little bit, she's here and worked and here at night and on the weekends with me and everything else. It is definitely a necessary thing. Teresa works with us on each of our accounts and gives us how much money and pays our bills and approves our invoices. This would be more like a Dale position that works.
It's not budgeted like a Steve Waterman. It's not budgeted at that level because it's
Yeah.
actually lower than my position. But it's needed just for, we have two brains here working
Four
to
eyes are
help.
better than two.
Yes, yes, And I'm not sure that it's budgeted correctly, because I think you almost need a skilled person in there, as you were saying with the other one. It was just a start, it was a thought process to help us to have one on our side like you used to have. I think it works a whole lot better when we have someone, but it's an ask.
Yeah, I mean, if it's needed, I mean, I would support it. I have a question on the public liaison assistant. My first question would be, I mean, how do you equitably split up the time spent between our needs and the sheriff's needs? Because you could argue that that's a full-time position that needs a full-time person
could.
dedicated to doing that. And I know, that we utilize this position to help get, the information out, when we had our first and only hurricane of the season so far. I was one of the ones that voted to support the public liaison position that we had, or the public information officer, however you would want to word it, before, when it was just for, I guess, through ARPA funding. But I just think, in looking at counties our size, I think that we need a position that's full-time. And I think that there's, if we're looking at making, we're always gonna make cuts or adjustments with this budget, so, I mean, I would rather have one justified solely for, not only for the county judge, but for the court, because
That's what it is.
there's
for
things
the
that we
court,
need, so
yes.
that's my only concern is, how much would we be able to split up that time to where there's a need to get the message out through social media and everything else, press releases, what have you, and ours. That would be my biggest concern, is how do you split it? Because anytime you get any kind of position that's shared, it comes down to that. And it's like, well, who are they really responsible to? Who do they fall under? Who's more of a priority? So I definitely think the position is justified. I would just
Do
go
think
even
more of
further
a
and say,
full-time
maybe
position
more of a
instead of
full-time, yeah.
a partial,
Yeah.
yes. I definitely know now, being in this office, that the position is justified, that we need it, whether it's, I think we saw it especially during the emergency operations and things like that. But just in our regular, when, the IRTs, the different events that we're having at each of our, in our precincts and things, someone that goes, attends, represents, helps with those quick releases, deals with the media, gets that notice out, someone that's, I was asking, just to start out small, because I knew this was going to be a direct cost. If the funds are there, yes, I would absolutely agree, this needs to be a full-time budgeted item.
Yeah, I don't
Yes.
think those
Yeah.
split jobs doesn't cut it right sometimes. Because you might be working a project and you need them now, and,
Well, she has, in her defense, she has been very responsive and been at our meetings and done our postings and was there at Emergency Operations Week, and she volunteers her time for that. So she has definitely been responsive to both, but I think that the sheriff wanted to raise her up, and this was just a negotiated way where we could raise her up and both still utilize her, because I was taking advantage of his employee, for sure, yes.
Well, like I said, to me, it's about, maybe we start off with just a halftime position that's separate than the sheriff, because that would be my biggest concern, is how do you split it up? I think it's needed.
Part-time.
I think it's, we need to be able to explain effectively to the community where their taxpayer money goes. And to be able to do that is to account for all the events that we're doing, all the activity that we're doing individually and as a whole, collectively for the community, and to be able to share that. There's a lot of counties in our area that do that effectively, similar size counties, and I think it's helpful so the public can at least see this is what is going on, and just the kind of the piecemealing that we're doing is helpful. I mean, I think we have a better social media presence now than we have, but it's got to grow, it's got to expand. But I mean, I'm all for responsible governing. I think if maybe this is the year we start off with this, then we see how it looks, and then come back next year and then look at maybe
But I think
putting effort into a full-time position. I will support this, because I feel both positions are needed and we can justify their need.
We tried it once, it didn't work,
So
Well,
we either,
twice.
if we're not going to split with the sheriff, then I would ask for it to be full-time, because you're gonna have a hard time finding someone that wants to do a part-time job.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
Well, the other thing could be, judges, you know, you call it that budget accountant, but we really haven't defined that person either. You know, maybe that could be the person that is a PIO slash,
budget accountant.
yeah. I mean, I know
yes,
that's, you know, that may be a hard, you know, role to fill, but I mean,
That's a good-
maybe that's, because we haven't defined what that role is yet. And we're not looking at doing it until next year anyway, so we've got a little bit of time to do it, but, I mean, I'm okay with the split to start with, because I agree with Commissioner Mata's. It hasn't, we've tried, it hasn't worked, but also because we ran out of money. One of them was
Yes,
ARPA-funded
yes,
position,
yeah.
and we just didn't vote to extend the ARPA money into a full position because we were doing budget cuts last year. So that was part of that too, and that was structured differently. We had it, anyway, there was a whole lot of, but I think to not have one in a county this size is kind of a little hard to really believe anyway. So, I mean, because you got to inform the public. That's a statutory obligation too. We've got to have somebody that informs the public consistently on behalf of the court. So I don't, and maybe it's not a PIO, maybe you call it something else. I don't know what the right position is, but we've got to have somebody that can address the public and let them know what the heck's going on. So how we do it is up for debate, but
We'll work on that in the next 2 weeks, see what we can come up with a plan on moving forward if, yeah. But I appreciate it, and I think it's necessary, and both of those two positions would be answering to the full court, not to the county judge. Excuse me if I misrepresented that. It would be like Teresa and Tara, yes. Moving on to 37.
This is from my office. I put this in, but
36 not
I'm
included?
going to ask for it to be
No, that's
removed.
not included, no,
included.
no. 36 is not. It would be
No,
added.
none of these are in the budget,
These
so.
are all questionable.
The 37, I proposal removed there, we had some other changes, staff that called me to reevaluate this, so I revised an additional proposal, so this is at no impact at the moment, so I'm removing 37.
You're removing it?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
at the moment, yes.
okay.
Do you want to talk about the revision? It's in the book. It's N3.
but he's removing it, so.
He's removing
removing,
it, so-
deleting these two positions and creating a new position.
But he's saying
they-
from the discussion.
He
Right.
doesn't want it.
But they provided a revision.
Oh, our N3.
Do you want to go over the revision, or you're not including it?
For now, I'll hold that off for now, so I don't believe I'll be presenting that at the moment, no.
Okay.
Okay. Number 38. Those are the two positions that we voted to continue that will be moved from a grant to the county, right?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And that's already been, so is that included in the budget?
Well, part of the grant transfer out, so the numbers are, the values are there, they're just gonna be reallocated, so there is no impact to the budget for this.
So it's in the budget.
The positions
correct.
will be moved, will
Yes,
be moved.
okay. Number 39, for the district attorney.
The district attorney is requesting a second assistant DA. He's deleting two positions for a net savings of $5,868.
So that's fine. That should already be in the budget because those positions are in there, so that's not an increase, right?
That's correct.
It'll be a wash.
Well, there's a net savings,
It's a
so
new
it's a
position.
reduction. It'll be a
Savings,
reduction,
yes, so it's a reduction,
It'll be a
yes.
reduction.
But what's he
Adam-
doing with that?
He's creating a second assistant.
Okay, so not for raises, so we don't get into that problem, right?
Say that
No,
again?
he's
Oh, okay.
creating another assistant DA, yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Not the reclassification things changes, he's creating a whole.
He's
yes.
deleting two positions for
Doing
him.
two, yes.
Number 40, the sheriff office is, we have two new positions for patrol, a sergeant investigator. He is deleting one position, the game room administrator position, and then there's a transfer of the crime data clerk from the jail to admin. That increase is $100,577. And then it's kind of combined with number 41, because then you have the jail. And the jail was the position that was going to be shared with the county judge. And the crime data clerk coming out of the jail going into admin, so that was going to be a savings of 52,580. So the net increase between both departments is 52,997
With all of those changes.
with all the changes.
Yes.
Teresa, is the
Yes,
sheriff, is the sheriff, giving up that other position, that Julie had, or,
Yes, sir, he's
Yes,
leading that
deleted, yes.
position.
so it's gonna be dissolved?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Do we have any idea who's gonna take over, or what,
It's going to, that position will be deleted.
or will be deleted?
Yes.
That's his,
okay.
that's his
Yeah.
proposal.
Very good, thank you.
So who do we go now for game room?
He's gonna absorb it.
He's
That's what I
got
understand.
people that
Right, that is
already take
correct.
care of it.
Got people that can do it.
Yes,
But they
they're-
still go to the sheriff department.
Yes, yes.
Number 42, Emergency Management has requested an emergency management specialist. It's 55,476 with the savings from emergency services of the 25,000. It's a net increase of 30,476.
And this is, she requested this, and this is one of my departments as well, that she had 2 people lost after the ARPA-funded positions or something, and because of all the reports that they have to do in conjunction with grants on the disasters and emergencies and everything else, that they were really short one position. She would like to have an additional person that can help with that.
Number 43 is the Deputy Constable 3. It's a transfer in from an ARPA position for Constable Precinct 4.
And that was one you were paying for, Brent, with your
It's
ARPA
been
money?
paid for different ways for a while. I think, it was a grant, I think Ed Rochelle paid for it at first. It's been
Oh,
different
okay.
things. and-
I thought it was
yeah.
your ARPA
It's-
money that
I mean, the
paid for it.
constable
It
has
was
been
ARPA money
requesting
for
it
this year, but it's been vacant. They're just now hiring somebody.
The
It's,
constable's
how long
been,
has it been vacant then?
Oh, pretty
the
much
person
all year
retired.
almost.
The constable's been requesting it for years. Sherwood, Stimson, they've all requested it, and it's been grant funded. Scott Cross helped, I've helped. I mean, it's just,
But it's never been filled then?
No,
Or
it's
is
been
it-
filled the
oh,
whole
it has.
time.
Oh, okay.
yeah, the guy that did it retired, and it took him a while to fill it.
Right.
But that's been filled, yeah.
So it's Phil now?
Yeah,
And that's changing from ARPA to general fund so that
that's,
it's not
that's the
included
same
in the
request the
budget.
constable's
Yeah,
made for years, yeah.
yeah,
So that's not included in the budget.
no. 44,
44 is a recommendation for, to separate Public Works and Building and Facilities. The Public Works Director has 50% of his salary budgeted in Building Superintendent. That's a cost of $97,730. That was A. For B, creating a new position, Building and Facilities Director, at a cost, at a pay group of 35, step 1. And so that's an increase of, almost 2,000.
we discussed this before because of our projects coming up and all of the workload in there, and then maybe some of the incidents that have gone on in there, how we need someone focused more on buildings and maintenance, and especially with the 2 major projects we have going on in the courthouse. This is just, I think that we asked them to come to us with a suggestion, and they never have, so this was just put on by my office, just giving you an idea of what it would cost. As I said before, I don't know that this is fundable right now, or if this is able to be done, but I think for the future, just an idea. Well, we had talked to, all of us had talked to him about bringing a proposal, and we have yet to receive one, so we just threw this in at the last minute. I think there's 48 employees with the roads and bridges, and 29 or something, I don't have that number sitting in front of me, it's right here. Employees with the buildings and maintenance, and there are some open positions that could go. One of the other questions was possibly the engineers, where they would go, because they're a separate budget item too. So this is a major undertaking. I am not sure that right now with what we're doing, if that's what y'all want to do. It was just to start the discussion. What else where are we at?
You want to continue with that part, or you want
I
to?
would just move on, and we'll see. Maybe Juan is watching. If he wants to bring something and talk to us about it, then he will, yeah.
Number 47, we have 5 ARPA positions for next year. CDL truck driver, deputy constable 3. County attorney has an ARPA, an attorney 2, an attorney 4, and then deputy constable for 1 for precinct 5, which is the school resource officer. $242,129 is the cost for next year.
And none of that's in the budget? Because it's coming, it's in ARPA because you haven't put it in.
Well, it's ARPA's a grant, so grant's not funded through the general fund, so no, it's not in.
Okay. Anybody have comment on that?
To me, I thought ARPA goes, as positions would go, I don't know.
Say again?
I thought when ARPA was stopped, that's it for the positions too, so.
Unless these are all, these are all asks by someone to keep them in, so that's what what we'd have to consider.
So is this gonna be discussed later?
I guess so.
Unless
We
you
talk
want to weigh in
ARPA,
now.
or is this the time to talk ARPA?
Well, I think
Because
it's,
if I have funding, I mean, there's positions I wouldn't mind
Sure.
supporting on a temporary basis, so.
that'd be if you want to throw that in now, I'm sure they'd
I
like to
mean,
know.
I'm just saying in general, right? I don't have any specifics, but if there are certain needs that we would have for different departments and
We have to be to
elected,
26 only, right?
I would, yeah, up till through 26, through the funding. But are we going to be able to talk about that later, or are y'all here just for a reference when we need you?
I think
And
if you-
I'm pointing to our grant works representative in our grants department, so Teresa, is that how it's kind of structured today, or we're going to talk to them later, or
Well, they're going to go over the grants, the status on ARPA.
just the status? So I'll just throw that out there, right? So for wherever our electeds and directors, appointed directors are listening, I don't want my phone going off the hook, but I mean, once again, if I have funding, there may be some limited support that I would be willing to give.
So I think,
'Cause I want
Commissioner,
to,
Right now?
use that up,
I
so.
think what they're saying is, since we're in the workshop, they're looking for input, so if
Yeah.
you
Well,
have
like I
some
said,
now
I don't
that
have
you-
anything specific.
Right.
But within the next few days,
You may
before
have-
Friday, if
Okay.
anybody's paying attention, now's your chance to take advantage of that, and let me know, because I would be very interested in doing that.
Right now, all the positions are being funded from countywide, with the exception of the truck driver, which is being funded with Commissioner
See,
Gonzalez
positions like
funds.
that I would think are hard to fill, that we can help alleviate some of the cost
Well, I'm
burden
fun-
on the general
I'm
fund.
funding the CDL drivers, so.
Yeah, see, I think that's kind of worth it, because those are hard to fill, hard to retain positions, so that's kind of the idea I'm thinking. So I have
Also
nothing
Constable one.
specific, but I'd like to go down that path if
But also
possible.
Constable one, I think, Teresa, expires,
I'm just
right?
talking about
Teresa,
Sir?
Constable one, I'm also funding that one, but expires this,
That's actually being funded from countywide
Yeah, but that one was like
funds.
for a limited time for sure. That one
Right.
was supposed to go, I think that's what you're saying. That
So
one
it's
was more,
not, it's not from your funds, Commissioner, it's from the countywide.
no, but he's saying that one, that
what happened
one
to
was,
mine? I thought mine was supposed to expire this December, or
For-
November.
For which one? For the
With the,
school
constable?
resource?
Constable, no, Constable one. Deputy
Right, it's,
Constable?
it is, it's coming from countywide, it's not coming from your funds.
Okay, I got it on my ARPA funds. You
What-
know, it should-
the school resource officer?
Right.
Oh, that's what
being
she's talking
funded
about.
by-
She's
Oh,
talking
okay.
about, she's talking about school resource
But she says
officer.
Constable one, I don't know if they had the school resource officer.
It's a deputy constable
It's a
one.
Deputy Constable, you see.
Right, but then it says school resource
I
officer.
don't think that's right.
That's what,
That's what was
she's talking
posted.
about.
That's the position.
Then it says precinct 5 over there, you see. Okay, so it's just precinct 5, not Constable.
It's for Constable
not
Precinct
Precinct 1.
5, but
Okay.
it's a Deputy Constable 1, and it's being funded from
Okay.
countywide
All right,
dollars.
then, okay, I'm okay with that. That's not mine, no. Mine's expiring already, so.
Yes. Number 48 are the district judges, the county court at law judges, would like to equalize their official court reporters to the same level as the district court reporters. So to reclassify all 5 positions, it would be a net increase of $25,654.
So it's like a raise for them?
They want them at the same pay level, pay group as the district court.
Do they have to, is that a
Reporters.
requirement, or they're just asking for
They're
that?
asking for it.
Yes, okay. And that's,
Does the district court is also asking a raise?
The district, oh, no, those are the court reporters, Commissioner. Are you on number 48?
Yeah, 49.
and then
Number 49 are
49,
the court managers.
Oh,
These employees have received their certifications, so they get, it's policy.
so these are not a question, these are gonna happen anyway?
Yes.
Yes, and you
Yes.
have that in the budget?
Not at the moment, no.
Yes, okay.
And it may not be the exact total that's here. It's gonna be budgeted for next year, but whenever all the documents are in and turned in to HR, they'll put that effective date for it. $40,870 increase.
so that's not included.
It's not included. None of the personnel is included. And then just a note, as far as the transfers, the increase, that we're gonna have to increase the
50.
transfer to Inland Parks for Parker Pool.
That's what I was talking about for the supplies and maintenance and material and all that stuff.
Yes.
Everything that goes with that.
Yes, ma'am.
We say Parker Pool, but we said Parker Pool and splash
Splash
pads.
pads,
We
yes.
need to
Yeah.
make sure we stress that. This person will be doing both. Yes, okay,
All of them.
yes.
And then, of course, Dale's already talked about the grant for the 2 indigent defense positions. We may not have to move that entire amount, but it's already in the budget. And then the increase is already in the budget for the outside agency allocation.
Correct.
That is in there,
Yes.
Yes, okay. But we don't have an amount for the
The
Parker,
Inland Parks,
the
not yet.
Inland
For Fund
Parks thing.
17, because we have to include, if we do this for this employee you're talking about, plus we do any COLAs or any additional costs for the chemicals you're talking about, that increases their expenses, which may increase the transfer. So we just don't have a true number yet for it.
Okay, we don't even have an estimate.
We
any
will.
kind of okay.
We will,
Okay.
at some point in time, we'll have a good number for it.
Okay.
51 is we are going to include the $140,000 for the pauper burials
To be
budget
transferred to
from,
Veteran Services.
coming out of
yes.
social
Yeah,
services,
yeah.
that budget, so it's not an actual increase, it's just gonna be transferred.
And that same token,
So-
with transferring that amount, we need to also transfer additional office supplies, increase those numbers, because this court voted after JJ
Yeah,
had
we'll-
already
we'll make
turned
sure- we'll
in
make
his
sure we
request
talk
for
with them
veteran
with what's needed,
services.
yes.
I think
Yes.
he wants one of those printers,
Yes,
and then we need to increase his supplies. We don't just give him another department and not increase those things.
Yes,
So,
some of
yes.
the numbers will go up, but it's offset by the decreases in the other
Yes,
department, yes.
Yes. Okay, just wanted to bring that up because I had a meeting with him yesterday, and
Yes.
he said he had already turned his stuff in. I said I would make sure and.
We will make sure with
that
that,
gets
that's
done.
addressed, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then number 52 is what was discussed earlier about the update to Windows 11.
And that's questionable. We've really got to check that out because we're not aware. We also probably need to get with, did IT bring this? They're saying we don't have that capability, or do we need to check with them?
I haven't, I told Michael, we need to check with IT whether this is possible, because some of the equipment we have in these newer vehicles could possibly be upgraded. Most of the time, when you buy a Dell laptop, when it was at version 10, it came with an option to go to Windows 11, so it could be, most of these could already be easily updated, so we'll have to check with IT to make sure that's possible.
Yes, and we need to call Peter and check with Teresa on our end, yes. That's this list. Do you have more to address on yours? Dale, on the budget? Do you have more?
No, no discussion items at the moment, no, ma'am.
Okay.
So 51, 52 included or not?
51 is a transfer from another department, so it's already included in the budget, yes. 52 is not.
We're looking at possibly, if we have to do that, maybe creating a capital project.
If we have to do it, we're not sure that
If.
that's required yet. We need to check. Yes. Juan, you came in, do you have something to address on your deal or something? Oh, okay, I thought you had a question, so, before we moved on, so.
No, Judge, Commissioner, no. I just came in just in case y'all had any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
We'll have more time to
Yes.
talk about that, though.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
That's a big, it's a big step. Yes,
a-
if we do that, so, okay.
Yeah. Huge, yes. You're through, Dale, then with the county 2024-25 budget. I can move on to ARPA. Lulu, you're up
Oh, we
then.
haven't.
Oh, what do we have to
You're
do?
gonna go through Kate?
Yeah, this,
Oh, sorry, I thought you said you were through.
Oh, I'm through.
What, we need to
Okay,
go
basically,
to,
when Commissioner Chesney asked whether we've included the revenue for the no new revenue tax and the other tax values, we have done a few scenarios for K1 and K2, and K3 and K4. I did one for the unused process. I didn't get it printed here. Did you get a copy of it, Teresa, or not? But let's say, for example, if, I don't have all the challenges we've been talking about earlier, but if I put in the balances I know for items for continuance, for the law enforcement, the health insurance increases, the decreases for retirement, and possibly adding vector control here, and adding the 3.816 million is, if you go to K2, you'll see that our very top where you see budget and estimated actual for no new revenue tax value, that would be what we would have this year. Again, if we talk about the numbers for budget-wise, there would be a decrease in the budget of 14 million, but if you do estimate actuals based on 100% in the collection of revenue and about 90% of expenses, which been sometimes our history, we would be at a negative $2.2 million fund balance decrease if we use the no new revenue tax.
a negative 2.2 if we
Yes.
do the no new revenue?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, on item number K3, we did the same scenario for the voter-approved values, the same numbers that we mentioned before, and we go to K4. We see that if we do the balances for those balances here, we show that our estimated actual would be an increase in the fund balance of $1.9 million. And if we assume what we did, the balance between the unused increments and on our schedule that we have in our tax values of where it might be, so there's add another $6 million if we do use unused increments, so we'd probably be close to $7 million if we use the unused increments in reserves increase,
If we do the 3.5%.
plus unused increments. If we use if just 3.5, it'd be 1.9.
So
Do they have that one? 5 and
No.
6? I'm gonna print it.
what was the amount, and I'm sorry, what was the amount if you take in all of 1 through 52 on that worksheet?
Oh, yeah, what is that?
What was the, after you put in, take out, all the, do you have that one? Don't have that?
I
Okay,
don't
could
have it
you,
at the moment, no.
could you provide that? Because so in other words, for the court to know exactly,
Yeah, what's in, what's out?
yeah, what all the asks total, just with the discussion items. And then if you could also put on a sheet,
Totally ads.
yeah, what could the court do with the unused increment? A little budget sheet that said, if the court wanted to do every single thing on the list that totaled X amount, how much would they have to increase taxes? How much would the unused increment play in? Like a little summary sheet would be super helpful. And that doesn't even, nobody else has thrown in any, there may be some other asks that commissioners or the judge or whatever come up with, but so far, this is the asks. because I know what you're gonna ask us for. You're gonna say, okay, court, what's your inclination here? What are you thinking about? Well, we can't give you that answer unless we have some sort of, I can, but I mean, you know, but we can't give, we can't give us but it's not fair to ask that if we don't have a summary that says, here's the total. And I know you're gonna sit there and add it up while we're doing this, Dale, but I mean, you're still gonna need a summary sheet before we leave.
You're
because-
basically,
Yes.
he's basically saying, and what he just said was with the no new revenue tax rate, nothing, with only the basic things that we have to put in, the health insurance is the biggest cost. Our fund balance next year, without any of these other page increases, is a negative 2.2.
Do what?
2.2.
Do what?
If we do the no new revenue tax.
No, I'm saying, I'm not
We'll
asking
give
for
you
that.
some-
at this
We'll give a true summary for you, yes.
Yeah, I'm asking for,
This total
that's not what I'm
too,
asking right now.
but yes.
And I'm not trying to waive you. I'm saying for y'all to be able, or for the court to be able to make an informed decision, you would need, here are all the budget discussion items that are in.
Yeah.
The budget here's out.
Yeah.
So the total ask is another $7 million. I
Right,
don't know,
yeah.
whatever the number is. And if you raise the tax rate to this with the unused increment, you can make $4 million. You know, that's what
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I don't know how this court can make an informed decision on,
1, 2, 3.
and what to tell you that what they're inclined to want to do.
Three
I mean,
options.
right?
I understand that, but I was a little bit shocked to see even just moving forward with a no new revenue tax with just the health insurance out of here or whatever, our fund balance is gonna be the -2.
I don't understand. You're saying we're gonna dig in $23 million to our fund balance? That doesn't make sense to me. That's what you're saying,
you just said,
Judge.
right?
What's that?
With, on your page K1,
K1,
says
yes.
the no new revenue tax rate.
Yes.
This budgeted item and other changes to expenses and stuff, just with these basic changes, not this whole 3-page thing we just went through, just with the basic changes, adding the health insurance on K1, you're telling me at the end of the year, our reserve funds would be a negative, down 2.2 million.
Oh, down
Yes,
2.
ma'am.
Yes,
I thought
sorry.
you said-
No, down to, oh, sorry,
Yes,
yes,
yes.
exactly,
Oh, I thought you
down.
were saying we're gonna have $2 million left of reserves. I was like,
Yeah,
what?
no, yes,
Yes.
down a minus
Yeah,
2.2 million,
23.
yes.
Be 23.
And that's without this page of items.
Well, it
Just
does have some of the information from that page, but not all of it,
Yes,
yes.
but the ones we have an X by, none of those are included in this, yes.
Right, and so I don't know how
Yeah.
you, like, can get to a point where we give you the input you want without having some sort of kind of summary sheet of everything that I just outlined,
Absolutely.
just for the court to be able to look at and digest.
You do, it's getting close to lunch. If you want to do a lunch break, my staff and I can put a scenario together real quickly and have it back at lunch, so.
That's up to, or we, I mean, yeah, that's up to,
We could,
as long as it's right. Like, I don't want to rush you because
yeah.
sometimes.
Sure, my staff and I will
Well,
go through it. Make sure.
if you could do that, and then we could maybe take a short lunch and then come back and start. If
Yeah,
you're ready, we'll start with you. If you're not, we'll
Okay.
move on to Lulu and come back
Yeah.
then, since it's
We can
11:30.
do something real quick on a summary. It won't
Just
be,
do 30 minutes,
pretty accurate.
so they can be ready to present theirs, and if you're not ready, then
Yeah.
we'll start with Lulu and come back to you when you come back.
How
Yeah.
long is theirs gonna take?
How long is y'all's presentation, do you think? 'Cause like, they have ARPA first, we could do ARPA if you wanted
I
to get
wouldn't think it
one.
would be fast. I mean, I think it would be pretty quick for ARPA,
Let's do it, yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, well, I don't, and then just, what tab are we on? Sorry.
This is in a different book. This is not in this book, right? The ARPA, yeah.
This one is.
Yeah, I gotta find that.
Did you get a binder?
So much paperwork.
Huh?
Did you get a binder? Or
For the ARPA,
for the workshop?
I've got binders everywhere. What are you talking about? I've had too many workshops.
Anybody have the, they have binders?
Blinders or finders?
No, that's the budget for the workshop stuff.
Here's the ARPA.
This is for the ARPA, this bracket? Yes. Everyone should have received it. This is. I think we're pretty far down on our ARPA money, so it should be fairly easy. There's not a whole lot of leeway in anything that
Yeah.
we're doing, so yes, okay. If you want to begin, Lula.
Okay, good morning, Commissioner, or good afternoon, Commissioners and County Judge. I wanted to address, going back to MetroCom, I know that with ARPA funds, back in July 7th of 2021, Agenda Item 3A7, there was a cost that was used for, or with ARPA for $546,621. So we could continue that payment for, this year and next year. But our remaining funds right now under countywide is,
300 something.
right, it is $303,821.12.
Yes, and this would be the,
I thought we allocated that towards some contingency.
no, we left that yet. We were going to bring it back
Right.
on something, but no.
It was a contingency, and we were paying the resource officer out of there, but that money was moved towards the roof.
What money was used towards her?
The contingency, whatever contingency that there was
No.
back in 20,
Right, I thought we had this, I thought we did something with this 331, put towards a contingency towards some other project.
We were gonna, we talked about doing it, we never brought it forward about the blind spots in the jail equipment. We talked about, we had that
Ah.
on there.
No, I think,
Sorry.
we did talk about that out here, about
Yeah.
maybe using that for the sheriff's
Yes,
blind spot equipment.
But we didn't vote on, we
Oh.
never brought it.
It wasn't
and-
brought back to
yes,
court.
Yes,
Okay.
and,
Okay, at least I'm not losing my mind, I do
yeah,
remember
no,
us discussing it.
no.
we're good.
There was a question on whether it depended on the usage or something, whether we could spend it in ARPA is why we thought, well, if you're saying, yes, this is an allowable expense, then
Yes.
let's take care of some debt for the county.
Well, I mean, the sheriff always buys so much stuff.
He
that
does,
is- that helps the
absolutely.
county out. I mean, it was kind of a,
Also, I want to touch base on your remaining funds, Commissioner Chesney, for constable. You did allocate some monies towards, I guess, to the end of this year or fiscal year, September 30th. But if that position's going to be moved to budget, then you'll have remaining balance.
oh, well, I'm happy to,
You want us,
well, I mean, maybe as a partial, if that helps out around here. I mean, it's just, it's one of those positions that constable has requested for now, what,
Correct.
5 years?
Right.
And we haven't done it other
And
than.
to the microphone too, they're telling
We
you,
have, that
sorry.
constable has requested this for at least 5 years that we
Correct.
haven't done it. And it, I mean, and we've come up with grants and Scott Cross has helped and I've helped and I'm out of ARPA funds like everybody else is getting there. So, I mean, it's the constable's request that we haven't honored for 5 years. I would think we would probably want to go ahead and do that. I mean. 'cause
You
all the-
had your money allocated to it last year and it wasn't filled. They just recently filled it.
It was
and
partially
now-
filled. It was filled, the guy retired.
that is correct.
Yes.
So there's some leftover funds,
Right.
and that's what I'm saying is
Yeah.
if it, if you want
Continue.
to, yeah, but it's not going to cover it for the whole year.
I don't know what his salary is right now.
Yeah, it won't cover it the whole year.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, you guys are getting us too much paperwork already.
I know. It's like
Getting
we're-
us confused
What do
here.
you, yeah, no kidding. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, we've supported every other constable in their requests for these positions. I think this needs to go into the
Is the
general
ARPA
fund
stuff?
budget, and we
Okay.
need to do it. And then, believe me, I can use those ARPA funds, because I'm gonna need them for other projects too.
Right. And I did divide the remaining balance that you did have, which was 210. I did
That's already been
parcel
out.
it out
Yeah,
to,
that's already been out, yeah,
Correct.
that's gone.
okay.
I mean,
And I also wanted to touch base, Commissioner Modis. I know there was talk of reallocating some of the funds that you had for $750,000. Is that going to be utilized for other requests that you have right now?
I think we have one project that we're working on, but
Right.
there'll still be a substantial amount of funding, I think, left over, if that's the only project that we end up, that everything qualifies for, so, yeah. I'll be able to put it in for the greater good for the, my preference, I've always said, is use in the precinct first, then use countywide second. And if there's any positions that are tied into meet any of those, but my personal criteria, then great. So, we're not gonna send it back. We're gonna make use of it.
Okay.
You just offered some other stuff.
Yes,
Yes.
we'll find use.
I have a question too, since you're both here, and this is about the county's obligation and financial obligation as well. There was some question on some documentation that you are requesting in order to put this into the reporting that is required for grants to do. I think GrantWorks, you have a contract or a license for this certain thing that we don't have, AH1, A something one, I can't remember what it is, I don't know. And the county doesn't have it, but the information that is necessary, we are fixing to get really, really busy on projects next year. And I would like us to be unified in what we are requesting from our contractors. I'd like it to be something that can be reported, because if it doesn't get reported, we don't get the money for it. We have to turn it back in. We don't get to utilize it. So we really need it to be, I guess, not your program because we don't have that license. Or we need to figure this out right now, moving forward on all of our contractors. When they turn in invoices and wanting to be paid, we also have to be able to turn them into the portal so that they. I'm sorry, yes.
Is this something that can be utilized with the project mates that we just, that we have?
They're the ones that are gonna be reporting it. That's why I wanted you both here and talking, what can we do to move forward? Because I know in the past, I've had lots and lots of meetings with customers and contractors that aren't getting paid, and that we ask for it one way, then we change it later and we need more information, or we ask for it a different way. They have to go back. It costs them and their businesses money. I don't want to go down that route again. We need to know the required information we're required to turn in. They need to be aware of it when they get these, or awarded these contracts, and they need to be turning it in on a timely basis. So what do y'all suggest?
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought this up.
Yes.
So, because the pay application has been a thing lately.
Yes.
So I also think there's been some miscommunication too. So GrantWorks, we do not have an AIA license or
You don't use that.
subscription,
Okay.
and we do not provide pay applications. So
Okay, good.
our recommendation really, my recommendation really was that we just decide, that the county decides on a consistent policy, as you're saying.
Absolutely.
So that we don't have all of this confusion and there's some consistency between the projects. So, what's been used in the past for ARPA projects, I can't speak for the other projects, the engineers have used their AIA documents that they have the subscription for and the license to use. So through that process, what the engineer typically does is I'm sure you know, they review the work that's been done and they show that on the pay application, it gets notarized. So the pay application that I saw that Nueces County has used before that has like a seal on it and it's a template that Nueces County has used. It's not a pay application. It looks like it's some sort of invoice form. I'm not sure, I can't speak to it. We were talking about it yesterday, and I think Lulu said that she created it a couple years ago. Yeah.
Right, but it wasn't.
In the microphone.
It wasn't meant to be a payroll,
Like pay application.
pay application.
Right. So that spreadsheet that, so there's been two, it's kind of confusing, but so there's been two documents that have been floating around, right, for use. It's been the AIA pay application, which the engineer uses. And then there's this spreadsheet that I guess Nueces County has used before on other projects, but it's not a pay application. So my recommendation was that Nueces County just uses the AIA pay application that's been used for other ARPA projects to stay consistent. So
Do all of our engineers have access to that AIA? All of our contracts?
do you know? I'm not either. I mean, usually
So how do
really,
we do that if, I mean, we aren't requiring it, we've already awarded contracts, so.
right, so it's not in the contract, and that is something actually that we have made a recommendation for the pricing and payment schedule to be added to the contracts, because prior they weren't. And so that can lead to a lot of confusion between the county and the contractors, like how are we gonna get paid, what's the invoicing schedule, you know?
That's the phone calls I'm getting, yes.
Yes, so that would be our recommendation, is to add something that details how they're going to be paid. The pay application could be added to that. Typically, my experience with other counties and cities, the engineers handle pay applications. So usually, that's not something that's added to the contract even, the template for the pay application. That's something the engineer takes care of.
If they're utilizing it, if this individual, that this happened the one time, then what was the confusion about it? Can you tell me, Lulu?
So this was,
Oh, was it your deal? I
Yeah,
don't know. I heard
recently.
it was both of y'all, and
Yeah.
so I'd really like, before this moves too far down the road, for you both to agree on a process, and then maybe include that in our grants going forward on the pay application like you're talking about. But we can't change the rules on contractors after the fact too many times. That's what gets them all in my office and gets all of this
Yeah.
time.
I don't want that.
And I don't want to make an exception for one and say that others are required, so we need to be consistent by all means, so,
Yeah.
yes.
I think it has to happen in a couple different departments, right? Because the contracts go through legal, and then Public Works is doing something, and then Edward is handling some of these projects. So I think it just needs to be kind of a consistent, process, whatever's determined, because, at Public Works, this is kind of the process they use. It looks like that the engineer just uses their AIA pay application.
We have it at Public Works right now, is that what you're saying? Or we use it in Public Works already?
The engineers, it seems that the Public Works office, the projects that they manage, the engineers they work with, they just
The other
use.
outside engineers, yes, okay.
Outside, yeah.
It's like, I was told we don't have it, so you were confusing me for a second there,
Sorry.
yes. That's
So,
okay.
I'm not clear on if the county has an AIA subscription. I'm not clear on that. I'm not sure. But what I do know is when Public Works, the projects that they manage, the engineers on those projects, they provide this AIA pay application. So-
Okay, well, moving forward and quickly, because all of these things are gonna be moving so quickly,
Yeah.
I would suggest you all get together, and then whatever you decide, it goes to the county attorney, it goes to Public Works, Inland Parks, Edward, because he does a lot of these, and it is a universal requirement for all companies that are doing business here, but it needs to be, there are a few that are already out, but it really needs to be before they go out, so that it's universal and everybody gets the same rules. Yes, so I'd appreciate if y'all work something out, like soon, ASAP. Yeah.
Anything to say on it? Okay.
You know, and we never had any problems before of getting paying contractors and paying engineers and paying professional service. We never had that problem before until we started with ARPA, right? I mean, so something kicked in with ARPA, you know, that started changing.
Their federal requirements are much
Yeah,
more
I know,
strict,
I know,
yes.
I know if we were going, but
Yes,
again, from the beginning, I don't know, we gave them enough instructions to say, this is the way it's gotta be done.
You're absolutely right, and that's why I think moving forward, this has to be done like now.
Right.
And we have to have those people that it impacts in there understanding that this is a requirement moving forward, and everybody's aware, everybody has the same rules, and, yeah.
Right.
Keep them out of my office,
But use
yes.
the same form. Simple
Thank you.
form. Keep it simple.
Sorry to interrupt, now you can do your, but we were talking about the finance part of it, is what this is impacting, and that, you know, for any of you guys who are watching and thinking we're adding more rules, the rules with federal requirements are much more, and if we don't get this documentation and paper done right, then we have to pay for that. We don't get, I think we've already received the money, but we have to send it back because we don't get to utilize that, so it costs the county dollars, yes.
Okay, and ending all this, I guess, remaining funds, I guess in a different Commissioners Court agenda item, we can place the excess and see where we're going to use those funds, I guess, for payroll or rehiring public sector.
with
Just a
the
suggestion.
different individuals, yes, or whatever's left over in the
whatever's left over.
countywide budget. Yes, okay. But those would have to be voted on allocations as well, even the MetroCom that we talked about this morning or
Correct.
something, so, yes, okay.
All right, okay, thank you.
One other thing I will bring up in our categories, and I think I brought this up in another commissioner's court, and our lost revenue, we had some individuals, some workers that, because of not knowing all of this and because they didn't want to go back and do the paperwork, they were leaving their projects in the lost revenue project, and we do not need those in lost revenue. They need to do their proper documentation and paperwork and get those in the proper place, because at one point, we were over our allocation and we were going to have to cancel our roof project because we didn't have any room to put it in lost revenue, the only place it could go. So I talked to those departments and got them up, and they got I'm assuming, yes, they have all of that done and got the proper paperwork and documentation turned in. So now we are down to, what was it, like 6 million or something in lost revenue. We like to keep that low, commissioners, as well, because in the end, if some of our projects aren't allowed in that department, that's where we fall back on to put anything that gets done. So we need to keep that
Right. So pretty much,
leniency in there, yes,
pretty much equipment, we would treat it as if it were FEMA.
yes.
Just track every single usage of X equipment.
And for our employees listening, that's on you to track and turn in this paperwork when it is requested, because that's what happens when we don't. So, yes. Thanks. I just wanted to point that out too while I had, this is all about the cost to the county and what we can fund and what we don't. And when you don't do your part, whichever department or whoever's handling it, it knocks a lot of our projects out and costs the county money, so. Are we, grants administration, is that gonna be a long one? Do we wanna go ahead and, we'll do till 12 and then we'll take a break for lunch. It shouldn't be 30 minutes, is probably long enough for,
No. Okay. What was attached to the agenda was what's currently active and then what's pending as far as we submitted applications and if there was any match to them. Some of them currently will end August 31st, and some of them will end October and December and June of next year. So, but the ones we applied for, the ones that we will have a match was the monitoring offender against women, and that'll be the 20,000.
what's the total amount of the cost to the county on the match for this next year? Do you have that?
9 million.
What's been applied for is 70,000 as far as
Total.
applications, pending applications.
Okay.
I know we spoke about the PDO office. So I have a record that as of June, July, they had 1.8 million remaining to be used. So all of that is 100% reimbursed.
Until they
Until
run out of
then,
that.
when we, deplete that, then it'll be the 20% match. But that could be, for 2 months of next year of this budget, and then the other one will hit.
Yes. And the same token on this, for anyone that's paying attention or for the commissioners, you have someone come, this same problem arises in this department when we go after grants, when departments come and ask if they can do a grant, and then we say yes, and there's a zero match, or it comes to a 20%, then we can't get a hold of them to get the paperwork and documentation, so that could cost the county lots and lots more money. It's like you have to, when you take that on, when you come before the court and ask if you can do a grant, then we are counting on you to do your part in the communication back and forth with the grants department so that they can turn it in. I believe that there's a couple of items on there, the 116 on the generators that we're gonna have to pay that extended, and we can't find paperwork. There's some COVID money that we have sent in allocations for, We have been searching for much more paperwork on that, but those things come back and cost the county in our general revenue funds when we don't get reimbursed. So documents and paperwork is critical to all of these things. That's another reason why Dee wanted another person upstairs. Paperwork is major. Grants, documenting all this, turning it in on time. If we miss a deadline, it costs us money, so.
Yes, and another note, even if a department requests for us to apply and we get awarded, they need to continue with the grant. I mean, we get awarded, sometimes they don't utilize it, and then, it just shows that.
We ask for something we're not spending, and
Right.
then we look like
And
that's
like I said, we apply for grants, we don't manage the grant. We're not in the treatment
is-
court, we're not in the auxiliary court, all of that has to be managed by
from the
a department.
department who requests the money. You have a duty and a responsibility to manage that grant. Once you come before us and we say, yes, you can go after it once it gets awarded, you still have a responsibility. You don't wash your hands of it because the money showed up.
Yes, yeah. So, and then on the vaccination, yeah, we still continue to get RFIs. Even yesterday, we got another long list of requested documentations, and Judge, you just signed one.
And this is years ago
Yes.
information at times, and you tell me how hard it is to find documents on your own and your file cabinets so that's why this stuff has to be turned in and has to be turned in timely. They need all of these documents on a regular basis, not just at the end of the grant when you've spent it, try to come up at the end of the year and find these. They should be turning these in on a regular basis.
And like Commissioner Jag, you asked about the requirement, that this federal fund, so even if the grant finishes, they're still auditing and they're still requesting items from, 5 years ago. So it's better to get it up front, request us more than enough information and documentation than to go back few years later and try to request somebody to do it, because then it's like, I wasn't here.
All the departments change, the people change, everything, yes.
And I totally agree with you, to a certain point. But,
I love that
but
answer.
but I'm gonna tell you.
Totally agree with you, kind of.
But I'm gonna tell you that, what really bothers me is the fact that we should have been on top of one of them, and that's the Water Development Board. I cannot believe that we still haven't closed that one out, but we did pay the person that was in charge of it. So who do we blame? The grants department? The person that was in charge of it, we paid her out and then she walked away, never came back and never submitted nothing. So who has the paperwork? So I don't know if those grants supposed to be working with her side by side? I mean, did she have her, we're telling the departments to submit everything they have. So I don't know if she submitted everything she had. So have we called the Water Development Board and said, hey, give us the paperwork you gave Susan, whatever her name is, and so we know what we need? Because this is really.
We have received everything, and we submitted it. The last pay request for that drainage study is pending. Actually, the Water Development Board requested me to submit another request for Cindy Park, which has been closed. It's like, okay, they're still finalizing things, so it's not,
The Water Development, but this had nothing to do with Cindy Park.
No, I'm just saying that the Water Development Board, they do have this drainage, the last request that I submitted.
Right.
They're still reviewing it. It's still pending. It hasn't been completely reimbursed. You are correct. But what we received we were copied and given the paperwork from Susan Roth. We were given the invoices from ICE. We were given the invoices from HAF, from HERS. So we have that documentation. It has been submitted to Water Development Board, and it is pending at this time.
So are we getting correspondences back and forth that we don't know about from Water Development Board? I've never seen anything come across to let us know that y'all could communicating or what's going on, and we were all pretty much involved with this thing here to make sure it happened, but then we got some back from, even from FEMA. Of course, FEMA, you might as well forget it because they're not gonna give you much of anything after that, so what you got, you got. I think what we have, and we're lucky they give us any more, but because we're going back to August 20, 21,
Which one? Which FEMA?
Well, the first two, you know, was partly by
Oh.
parking lot, the roof, the repairs, and this happened in
This-
in
this-
August of 2020.
This was from Hurricane Harvey. We were given upfront money by the damages that was done to the Bali parking lot. And then it was completely destroyed by Hannah. So then the parking lot cannot be fixed anymore because GLO won't allow it to be. So those funds have to go somewhere, and they want us to apply it somewhere else. So that's why these other ones. And as far as the generators, we were awarded a certain amount, and then the scope of modification, the budget kept changing and increasing and increases. So our 25-75 match was no longer that. It became the county's match is 65% and the FEMA match is 25, or, you know, less than that. So that's where,
And I thought we had done that with the ARPA funds. Didn't we say we're gonna do all this, some of these things with the ARPA funds? So we didn't use ARPA funds for the generators to get them fixed?
no,
No.
no.
Well, you know, we should have, I think. And that was, you know, we.
The
project had
generators
already
had
started.
FEMA, the capital, it's listed there, the what,
Just FEMA, yeah. But, you know, I just, you know, when he says here, closed grants pending, grant closeout. So I don't know if they're closed or they're pending.
they're
What are
closed
they?
as far as we cannot submit any more documentation unless they're requesting additional information on the things that we did apply, we
yes.
submitted.
So when was the
So-
last time we submitted anything to these people? To any one of them?
I'm continually, we're continually
see-
corresponding to TDM. They're the ones that request information on these and manage them.
So is Tatum really the in-between person that's not passing it to FEMA? Or is FEMA is Tatum? I mean, what is it?
The funding is coming from FEMA, so.
To TDM.
To TDM, that
And
they
we get
manage
our
it.
funding
They're
So,
the
from
middle, they're the
Yes.
middle person, so.
yes.
So
So
they-
that's the main correspondence.
Supposed to be the
We really
experts, I
don't
guess.
communicate
They're
with
the only one
FEMA.
that knows everything that's going on, but, you know, I mean, there's gotta be an issue here why they're not doing it. I mean, I can't believe that we submit that much bad information or not enough information. I mean, I really don't know what it is. I mean, because I know we've talked about FEMA, I don't know how many times, that we submitted this information to them, like 3 times, and was kicked back. And I know that we did the water dealing board like 3 times, you know, before Susan left and right after she left, and we still don't get anything. So I don't know where the kinks are. I mean, I really don't know where really the major problems are. You know, so, I would think that if it was a project that was done, it was completed, and it was approved by Water Development Board, why is it still open? Why is it still open if they approve the project? That's one thing I don't understand, Judge. I mean, why, I mean, they could have, they even paid Susan what they owe her, I guess. You know, but so if that's the case, then it should be a closed project. I mean,
That's-
we're the ones holding the bag now, you know? I mean, people.
Not always necessarily that, sir.
Well, we
It
have-
is a grantor, it's their closeout period. We think we're done, and then they'll come back and say, oh, you know, we were missing this document, please
Well,
have it
they should-
signed.
We should have closed out before she left, right? Because it was her job. I think if I remember back.
Well, I think
Yeah,
we
I-
told her we weren't paying her anymore is why she left, too. I think
Well,
it
but yeah,
wasn't,
but she
yeah.
charges way ahead of time, you know, she was smart. She charges 3 months ahead. You know, she knew what she was doing and what she was gonna do. So, you know, I mean, I don't have any respect for somebody that does that. I'm in charge of a grant, but I'm leaving because you paid me already. So, but anyway, I just think that something, I don't know, these things will probably go on forever, so, and we keep why worry about them? They're gonna be there anyway. I mean, they're gonna continue being there. I mean, it's just, we've been doing this already, I don't know how many years with FEMA. So,
And that's true, is why she
Hasn't gone
says,
down.
everybody thinks that nothing goes on in that office, but they get requests from things that happened 5 years ago. Neither one of
well,
those two were in that office
that's
at
what I
that
just
time,
said,
and they've
Judge. I
got to
know-
track them
I
down.
know, that's what
Yeah.
they asked us for information. Anna probably wasn't here, some of
Neither
them.
one of
I
them.
mean,
Neither one of them were, you
I
know,
mean, I
so-
can
hold
speak on it,
Hold
but-
on, I'm talking, hold
Okay.
on. So either one of them were, so, and I'm not blaming them for all this, I'm just saying, how long are we gonna hold on to this?
I
You
know, but we're at the
Tell FEMA,
behest
hey,
of
you're not gonna give us
TDM.
anything? thank you, bye, you know, we're gonna hold the bag anyway.
I know. Well, I mean,
Isn't she working down the road in Kingsville?
Oh, no, I'm talking about FEMA.
No, but the lady that was doing the work.
Well, I don't know about that, but I mean, I'm just saying, how long we're gonna hold on to this thing here, you know? Judge?
again, we're at the behest of TITA. They request additional documentation, and we have to provide it. And we think it's closed, but either they reopen it or it's still pending.
How many
Again,
years was Hannah and Hart? I mean, that's what I was told. There's many years that go past the,
Like
Go
the
ahead.
annex gen,
I personally oversaw the collection of Hurricane Ike. It took me 10 years.
yes.
10 years
That's
to
what
get
I'm
my
saying, it's-
reimbursement for Bob Hall Pier for Hurricane Ike.
And hand it right behind you.
Yeah.
10
So,
years.
That's what I was trying to explain. There are
Yes.
many, many
We didn't
years
get
that go
anything
on
for
with
Hannah.
these, yes.
the annex generators from the 2015 flood.
They don't give us.
And then the courthouse generators are from the Harvey. So yes, they continue, and until FEMA officially grants them closed, then it's still
We're
open.
still pending, and
You
we
know, we
have to
can't submit,
respond when they
yeah.
ask, yeah.
The
We
disaster-
can't add to it unless they call us with more information,
Correct.
yes. Mhm. Okay,
Really, this is not money we're losing then, this is just money we haven't got. But we use that money, right? We used our money.
We spent the money, yes.
Yeah, we spent the money.
It's
So
all
now this is-
reimbursable.
This is
We
really
have to spend it
reimbursement
first.
that we never got, right?
Yes,
So we used that from the general fund at one point, or somewhere.
right.
Okay, that's just my point, I just,
Okay, that-
every time
That's
I
all
see
I
that, it
have.
just makes me angry.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is 11:58. We are going to break for lunch, if that's okay with everybody, and we will be back
Judge, could-
shortly. Well, go ahead.
One quick
thing?
comment?
Yes.
Thanks to Tara for providing this and sent this to Emily. For what we were talking about earlier on the appraisal district budget, 9 of the 17 taxing units would need to adopt resolutions disapproving the appraisal district's proposed budget in order for their budget to not take effect. So we do have some ramification, some remedy. We'd have to get 8 other taxing entities to agree, but it's better than nothing. So
Perfect.
there you go.
Thank you, Tara. We will be back shortly. Let's say
At least an hour.
an hour? You need an hour? Okay, we'll be back in an hour. Okay. Thank you.
And then you can have a copy of mine, pretty messy.
We are on, it is 1:09, and we're back in workshop.
I think, Your Honor, we had a time during lunch, I think for lunch break, we went through the process of, in schedules K1 through 6, I believe it is. We'll show the different scenarios of no new revenue tax, the voter approved tax, and the voter approved tax using unused increments. As you see on the changes to expenses, you'll see a long list of lines. You'll see a number beside that. That number represents to the discussion items we have. We went through the process of identifying the ones that we need to include, and those total up to $5,625,516. So if you
This is
take the total.
Everything? This is
Pardon?
everything that?
Yes, everything that that was part of the budget that we discussed, yes. That was not already included, yes. So with that, on K1's no new revenue tax, that brings in $3,816,185. If we go to K2, at the very top of the balance is if we use our estimated actuals of 100% collection of revenue and about 90% expenses on our expenditures, we're at a deficit of $3,285,269.
So this is, I'm just making sure, this is if, nobody's debated any of these, this is just if everything in the world got thrown in.
Except for the
Now,
pay
this does not include
increases.
COLA.
Yeah, there you
Does
go.
not include COLAs.
Right, right,
Yes.
right, right, right.
But everything that we talked about on here that was discussed, and we brought that, what we looked at through the balances. Now, if we do the same scenario on K3, that's our voter approved tax rate. That will bring in $7,440,160, and that is 0.008766 above the no new revenue tax. And if you go to K4,
Wait, slow down, hold on. Let me digest this. Okay, so the first one, the no new revenue tax brings in 3,000,008 of new money?
Yes.
Okay, right? Which is, that's a bigger number we've seen in a while.
well, the reason why is because some of our abatements rolled off. When our abatements rolled off, we counted as a new property. So we had $1.5 billion in new property or around that somewhere.
Okay.
So that
But
was
that's a
lot-
bigger number we've
yes,
seen in a couple of
yes,
years.
Yes,
Okay, so that's
our normal amounts anywhere from 800 to 900 million, so we had a little bit
900,000.
extra, yeah.
Oh, you mean off,
Yes.
okay. All right, so then on the second number, using a rate of,
Half.
I'm sorry,
Voter approve?
The voter approved rate, which is 3.5% above the no new road tax, which is an increase above that rate of 0.008766, brings you 7,440,160. Using the same scenario down below that we did on the previous one, and we go to K4.
I don't have K4.
It should be on the section in the back.
it's on the back of K3, yeah.
I knew that.
Okay, go,
At the
okay.
very top, you'll see again, if we use 100% collection of revenue, and this should be at 90% of expensive, but it's a increase of $935,034 if we use the voter approved tax rate with all those increments that we discussed.
And the unused,
No, the unused is next.
okay, so the voter approved would increase the surplus by 935,
Roughly, yes. Yes.
okay?
Now, we use the voter approved rate plus the unused increments, and that is 0.022613 above the no new revenue tax. 2 cents.
And so the first one, sorry, going fast, and I'm not trying to, but
It's not quite a cent, it's 0.08, it's 0.08.
Yeah.
so that's a penny up, or less than a penny up.
Yes.
This would be 2 cents up,
Correct.
okay? All right.
If we use that rate, and that would bring in 13,164,669. Again, using the same scenarios of below, if we turn to K6, that would bring in $7,146,861 of surplus.
Wow.
So that's where we have and again, these numbers at the bottom are items we can definitely, some of them are definitely set where we have to do some of these items, but some of them we can definitely tweak some or take some out, but majority of most of the top 4 or 5 are required.
And did you tell me that if you use the unused increment, you can split it up?
Okay, I was expecting this conversation. All right, so for the unused increment, they changed the state legislation. They issued out new truth and taxation worksheets this year, and I told you I had to go and look and see
Right.
if you were able to carry that unused increment forward. Currently, whenever you have any unused increment, they messed up on the calculation. I believe they messed up on the calculation because it lets you, even if you use the unused increment in one of the years, it brings it back the following year, as long as it's one of those 3 years.
You could do it 3 times, in other words? The full
Yes.
amount?
Yes, and I think that it's a
way.
calculation error in the
And it's
worksheets.
calculations.
But
Yeah, yeah.
that's what happens whenever legislation does tax calculations. I mean, sometimes there's little goofs. They can change it. Right now, it comes back. So for
But let's assume they
instance,
correct that, because the
let's assume
legislature's
that
coming
they,
up. Right.
yeah.
If they
So let's
figure it
assume that
out-
they correct that, then you wouldn't be able to use it. But right now, you ask if you would be able to use it again next year.
Meaning, can you split, the thing they're gonna clear up is not being able to use it 3 times.
Exactly.
3 full times.
Exactly.
But the question is, can you use it half and half?
Okay, again, right now, you can, because of how the calculation is. There, before,
tied to the
before you
calculation.
couldn't, but before, once you used it, it dropped it off. This year, once you use it, instead of it being a negative number to drop it off, the line right below it says, if negative, put 0 here, so you put a 0. And so that negative isn't offsetting the positive on the year below it. So, for instance, 2 years ago, we did the no new revenue rate with the unused increment. We used the full,
Okay.
we did the voter-approved tax rate, I said it wrong. We used the voter-approved tax rate
Oh.
with the unused increment, not last year, but the year before.
Because the year before that,
But-
we passed a no new tax rate also?
I don't remember what
Maybe
we
it was 2
did.
years before. I mean,
Yeah,
at some
I
point.
don't remember.
I mean, we've passed a
But-
no new tax
but-
rate more than once since I've been here.
But we had an unused increment, we used it. That year, it's showing a negative calculation, and so then it tells you in the instructions, if negative, place a 0 on this line, and so I did. The year before that, we had some unused increment. We used it in that year, The one that we used already, it's appearing again in the calculation.
So
I think that's not gonna happen next year, but
it
as
sounds
it
like
is
you
now.
think the intent is to clean up that and clean up where you can only use, if you
Exactly.
use it one time and then
Yes,
it
if
goes
you
away.
use it, you lose it, and that's that's how it
use
was
any part
before.
of it, you
If you,
Yes.
if you used any portion of it, it went away, and I'm going to assume
So to be safe, that's probably.
that's
if you're gonna
probably the
use it, then
safest.
Use it all.
Or
and then-
don't use
and-
it, yeah,
Or keep it for later.
yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Or you could, you know, what, if the court's not gonna do the no new tax rate, then you could use less than the voter approved in all of the increment. to
No,
get-
no, if anything that's below, okay, so anything that's below, so voter approved rate is the 3.5%. Then to go above that 3.5%, you've got to tap into that unused increment. Anything below 3.5 and above the no new revenue rate, you still get to keep that total amount of the unused increment for the following year.
Yes.
Right, but in looking at what, not what I'm necessarily advocating, but hearing what the judge is trying to get done, the no new, that the voter approved tax rate doesn't get enough surplus increase.
That's correct, so you
So-
would have to go above that
Right,
and
so-
utilize that unused increment.
Right, so what I'm saying is to get, because the voter approved plus the unused puts more than what you would need in reserves, because that would put us at way above the
Well,
of our
That's
policy average.
without doing, if
That's
we do
without
any
giving
pay
any
raises
COLAs.
either.
Oh,
That's
you don't have
without
all that factored
transferring
in.
any
No.
additional funds over to the other.
That's included,
Okay,
yes.
so none of the that's what I
None
was
of the
saying,
codes is put in here.
None of the COLAs are put in there
because you didn't know which one to put in.
Correct.
because we didn't know, we didn't increase
Okay, got it.
transfers to the
Got it.
other funds for any changes that you make.
So there's gonna have to be,
There-
this is where the court's gonna have to weigh in and say,
What to do, yes,
what to
Exactly.
plug in.
yes.
So you need answers today, well, not, well, I
Not
don't know.
today, but
You need answers
maybe some
on
guidance.
what
yeah.
else to plug
Yeah.
into this.
Correct,
And not all of this has been decided
Right.
either,
Correct,
right? I
correct.
mean,
Like
but,
some of this can be taken out too, so yes.
yeah, right,
yes.
but assuming, I'm saying worst case, but I'm assuming worst case and everything was accepted, then you'd still need to know what COLA amount the court wanted to put in, if any,
If one is chosen, yes.
and,
Yes.
and what else? COLA and what else?
Well, COLA is the main function, because that's the only one, that's the only thing that we didn't include.
Okay, so the COLA is the only thing it includes. So then we'd go back to that sheet that showed the different COLAs, right? And
Yes.
say, okay, court. what-
Number
which
32 on
one's
your
the right?
list, yeah,
32, yeah.
yeah.
Number 32.
Because, so let's just play with that for a minute. Like,
Yeah.
if the majority of the court, and again, I'm just, we know where I am, but I'm just helping out here anyway. But if a majority of the court's gonna say, we want the voter approved plus the unused increment tax rate, and if we took Dale's calculation and we went all the way over and showed this 7 million, then basically you just go pick one of the COLAs you want, and it's gonna take that down by that amount?
Correct.
That's kind of a simple math
Yes.
kind of
Very
thing,
good,
right?
yes.
Yes.
And then is there anything else that we've left out?
Yes.
Well, there are gonna be some small transfers from some funds, but we don't know the amount of transfers yet. For example, in the parks is, we have a new employee for pool and splash pads. We have
more are we
some
talking?
chemicals and,
Oh, I thought that was all in here, though.
no, well, it's in for 170,
Empty
this
on the-
is just general fund. So right now, if we do a COLA, we do some other stuff, that's gonna increase their cost. And 100% of their cost is paid for the general fund, so we would need to increase the transfer, and it's 1.7 right now. So it could increase a couple $100,000, but we don't know the amount yet.
So
And how will we get to that?
questionable thing, yeah, how much are we thinking questionable?
Well, again, we need to know what the court wants to do. If we know that the pool attendant splash pad is correct and it will be approved, and we need to do some chemicals, and we need to do some of this, and then I need to know what, if you do a COLA, then I need to factor the COLA in plus the benefits to know how much they need in budget.
Okay,
Right
so
now,
then-
there's no way to know that.
So what do you think is in play on anything else that's not on the list or a COLA, dollar-wise? What do you think is in play? Because if you want to get an idea from everybody, those are factors we need to know, right? So,
I would probably recommend that if you want to really think about a transfer, additional transfer of 600,000 to 700,000.
oh, Okay, so let's say then,
Total,
Is
yeah.
that in
Yes.
total?
Yes.
All funds?
Well, it's a rough
He's
estimate of all
guessing.
funds that needed, yes.
right, he's guessing, so let's
But-
say
but all
seven,
funds,
let's
that's
say
where I was
seven
getting at.
fifty to be
Yeah.
super
Yeah.
conservative, right? So if we then, again, if the court is gonna go with the voter approved with unused increment, with right now, it shows $7 million in surplus, but then you would minus the COLA and minus that transfer.
That's correct.
So whatever the COLA the court wanted to do, minus the transfer, and if the judge is trying to get to the 25% of the budgeted amount, you're looking at about, at least you want to add about 2.8, Judge, roughly,
Probably.
to the reserves. So if the majority of the court was going to go there, you could take 7 million minus 2.8, which would be the reserves,
Minus the 750.
minus the 750, minus whatever COLA the court's going to put in. And that's going to kind of get you there, right?
That's correct,
Is
yes.
that more or less?
More or less, yes.
So you really, there's,
So you've got 7.1 million, right, minus 2.8 million, minus 750. So that leaves you about 3.5-ish to do,
So
if you're going to
basically-
use that rate, and if you're
Yeah.
going to put every single solitary thing in there, that leaves you about 3.5 million, which is
so
that.
the only way to get to that number then is to do this whole,
Which would be about a 5% potential COLA, but that's super rough.
yeah.
And that's
Yeah,
if,
Super rough.
and that's if the majority of
Yeah.
the court's gonna go with the 3.5% plus unused tax increment.
Yes.
If they don't wanna go there,
Then you
then
have
could
no
you,
COLA.
you could use the, unused increment plus less than the 3.5%. If they don't wanna go that high. In other words, you could say,
What?
2% plus the all of the unused increment, if you don't want to go all the way to 3.5. I'm just,
Well, no,
You gotta go 3.5.
anytime you
have to go
go,
voter approved before you can use unused increment.
yes.
oh, okay, I'm sorry, I got you. You're right, okay, I understand what you're saying, okay, that's fine. So you, got it, okay.
So if you're wanting to increase our fund balance to get us to a better location, it really, if we go all the way, the item B is really the only COLA, the best option for us looking at moving forward, the 5%.
Which would be about a 2.2% or 2.2 cent increase on the tax rate.
Well, you had it on there, we were 0.24, it'd be 0.27, what did you had that listed for us too the other day?
That would be on, tab P, page 5. It shows you the full unused increment or the full voter approved with the unused increment and fully funding your debt service is a total voter approved tax rate of 0.279379 for every $100,000 of valuation.
Which is real, which really this court's we had a bad break last year. The break we're catching this year is all that money that's coming off, and we're getting a lot of new revenue that we didn't anticipate, which is a big, like, as bad as it was for us last year, that's a big deal, because I think last year we got 900,000 in new revenue or something. It was really low last year, Dale.
I think the revenue for I believe the no new property last year was like 700 million. It was very low, and this year is 1.6 billion.
Yeah, I mean,
But that's because of the,
One abatement, but our
Abatement
normal average is
coming off
anywhere
too.
from 800 to 900 million, but
Yes,
last year,
yes.
the year before, it was very, very
Yes.
low.
because in that 13 million, 3.8 million of that is new growth, and the other is new taxes,
Correct.
right?
yes.
Which is not, I'm not making light of that at all, but I'm just saying at least you had some decent growth this year. At least you had some decent growth this year, so that's, or whatever, the properties came off, the abatements came off, whatever. Which, you know, does bode the concept, we gotta be careful with those abatements.
What I've said also, have I not, Commissioner?
Yeah, I'm just reinforcing what you said, Judge. Gotta watch them all. But we haven't had any real abatement requests in a long time
No,
either.
not
I mean,
recently, no.
really.
We're
I mean,
discussing some that I worry, that I was,
Well,
yeah,
All the most recent has just been the TERS or the,
yeah.
yeah, but,
And then we-
which we're getting zero off those TERS too, so I mean, and the new way we've done the TERS and looked at TERS is we're not funding them 100% anymore, so that's, you know, that's a change in policy that we've, not policy, but that's a shift that we've done too, because now we're saying, hey, look, we're only looking at what, 50% or whatever, and right now, that's not a bad investment, because on these new TERS that you're looking at, we're getting pretty much zero off of them, because they're all ag land, and we're getting nothing anyway, so, anyway, I think those are solid shifts.
Any other questions, anybody?
Judge, you asked what the difference was between
Yes.
the voter-approved with unused increment and the no new revenue tax rate. That, the difference between those two rates is .022742 per every $100 of valuation, not 100,000, that was my.
100, yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
$100, not 100,000, that was my.
I caught that when you
Yeah.
said that, but I didn't.
I
say anything.
apologize.
It's all right.
For that miss.
Okay, so now we, is there any other questions on this or discussion for anyone? Commissioner, were you saying, I'm sorry? Nope, no. Then we can move on to capital projects, I guess. And
The capital projects handout, the sheet that's there is only the unallocated amount that's available with all series.
for,
2000, you have your document? Okay.
yes, I have it somewhere, I just saw it, so.
That number, we have 9,981,147 available in capital project balance. There's 1.6 in interest that's gonna be distributed. And that would bring the total available unallocated 11,642,626.
And are there projects that are,
For you, Judge, you have the 2021 COs unallocated funds remaining of 311,132. Commissioner Hernandez, you have general capital, 2015, 16, and 2021 COs, and your balance is 205,906. Commissioner Gonzalez, you have 2016 and 2021 funds available, 390,979, and we do have one change order pending that we have to do. And then Commissioner Chesney,
Ooh, it's cold in
you
here,
have
sorry.
general capital, 2016 and 2021 COs. Your balance is 521,211, and you also have the 50,000 that you gave to Public Works for maintenance. Then I haven't moved those funds yet.
And something came back, right? There was I had that 16 spent, and then it came back for some reason.
2016?
Because remember, we zeroed those out at some point.
Was it
and
the
then-
county road?
And I got it back. Yeah, I think we didn't spend it all, that's what it was. We didn't spend it all on a county road, but we thought we were. Okay. I gotta go back and look at that. Thank you.
the COs, wasn't there a clarification, was that the one, Jenny, those have to be spent on Nueces County properties, Nueces County things?
I
Is
believe
that-
all the COs are the same.
They're required, all the
Yes.
same, yes.
There's one or two COs that it states you can't use them for IT something. I remember that we had a problem with that, at one point, and so we had to shift some funding around. But each CO issuance tells you exactly what you can and can't spend it on.
Next part then, Teresa?
Just a note, so Wednesday, the 21st, the court will take a record vote on the tax rate. And then on August the 23rd, that Friday, we send out elected official salary letters.
We would need to know about, if you, it is the court's will to give elected officials the option of a COLA. We would need to know to include that before we send out the letters. Because once we publish,
I don't want one, but
each elected official has the opportunity to forego, but we would need to know.
Or they can decline themselves.
They can decline it, but
Right.
it stays, because I don't want one either, but I don't want it to hurt anyone in the future that comes to this position if it goes, yeah. How does that work? Isn't it?
no, they start over when if a new
They
person
start off at
comes
the
in.
zero,
you s-
the COLA even, oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't,
so,
they don't get
yeah.
your steps, they get.
So if I say
yeah.
no, then it doesn't affect
Right.
it. I was told I couldn't say no before on something else because it would affect somebody else in
Yeah,
the
because
future.
I don't think I don't take in my continuance or my COLAs or whatever, but it doesn't affect the next person coming
good.
in because they started a new spot.
If they're a county employee that takes the office, they come in at the step they're in, but if a regular elected official comes in at step
Then
one.
it's step one, okay.
But a COLA increases the base pay at the
Of that,
beginning.
that's
Yes,
what I,
yes.
that's
Yeah.
why I thought it affected
No,
it.
it doesn't increase the base pay.
Now, the base pay just increases
The starting salary for the county attorney doesn't, for example, it
no.
doesn't go up if it's a new county attorney. It's
Right.
the starting salary. You start it, unless you come in as Dale said, as a existing county employee.
Yes.
But like if, let's say, I'm out, whatever the starting salary for a commissioner is where they start. I mean, they don't start with my COLAs and my steps or anything else.
No.
I don't,
They start with your COLA, not your step.
Not my
right,
COLA.
yeah, your
Yes,
COLA
COLA
changes the
shift
base.
pay
That's what I thought
schedule.
it went with the position.
Pay, yes.
But you can choose to forego the COLA for you, but it doesn't forego the COLA for your position.
Gosh, we're not, oh my gosh, we're increasing. I hope I haven't taken any COLAs. Damn. Too much now.
So that's what I was correct when I said that even if I don't accept it, it would affect the person who comes in here later because it changes the base salary of the person.
Yes, so even if you don't personally get the
It still
cash,
raises the
the
number.
budget is still there. It still shows it as a budgeted number, but your actual pay is not the amount budgeted.
Correct.
The COLAs are meant to shift the pay grades to keep up with inflationary rates so that nobody comes in.
In the
to-
microphone, sorry.
Sorry, they're meant to shift the pay salary structure so that you keep up with inflation and you don't fall behind.
Then why do we go through and change elected officials, some of the elected officials' base pay before? Like, we shifted some of those positions 4 or 5 years ago, I think, we shifted
Yeah,
like,
we moved the tax assessor collector and
District clerk.
the district clerk to the same level as the county clerk.
oh, is that the reason we did that?
Yes.
Because they were making less?
Well, that's because the county clerk is also the treasurer, so she was a higher group than they were, so that we equalized that.
Is that, was she making more because of COLAs, or was she
No.
making more because of?
Well, they paid, that position was paid more because she was taking two responsibilities, both as the county clerk and the treasurer. But they equalized the tax office and the district clerk with the county clerk
And
a
elections.
few years ago.
I mean, I don't support any COLAs for elected officials, but I can be outvoted on that too. I mean, I think elected officials, if we need to look at, what elected officials make across the board and do some adjusting because we're underpaying that way, then one thing, but I don't know, because I don't.
As was mentioned earlier, Lisa and Teresa mentioned, we have 4 pay groups. We have 4 pay schedules. We have regular employees, professional employees, elected employees, and medical examiner employees. Now, you can add, or you could take any one of those off the list of the COLA, because you're not doing the entire list of people. So you can do
As long
professional
as
and
you
this
do
and
the
no
whole
elected, if
group
that's what you
and
chose
don't
to choose.
exclude out of the
Yes.
same group, you're
Yes.
fine, okay.
Because they're under their own pay schedule. So if you wanted to say eliminate this group, you can, if they're all in the same group, on pay schedule.
Okay.
And there are some elected officials whose salaries are set statutorily. For instance, the county attorneys set statutorily, the county court at law judges are statutorily set.
So they don't.
To be
they
more
don't-
accurate, the county attorney's salary is set when it's taken supplements from the state. If the county chose to pay a number above that, there would just be no supplement from the state.
And then
But
judge,
county court law
all
judges
judges,
can't,
right?
cannot increase.
All judges are statutory, not just county judges, it's
Yeah.
district judges too, I think, right?
They're paid by the state.
They receive their salary from the state, and then we give them a supplement, and
The supplement does
that,
not increase.
yes, the supplement, they're at the maximum supplement that they're allowed by law. If we paid them more in supplement, then their state salary would decrease.
What do we pay in supplement?
18,000 per judge.
Per judge.
3,000 for, I think, juvenile boards functions, and then 18 for administration. So it's a split between 3 and 15.
So the state only pays them one something and we pay the other 18?
Yes.
The state pays, I believe, 158 as the base.
The starting is 158, and the highest is like 195.
So we pay so they make 158 plus our supplement?
Plus
Yes.
the supplement, that's
Yes.
correct.
So the district judges are making 176 and the county court law judges are making 175 because they make 1,000 less, I think, right?
The salary has to be based off the salary, not the supplements.
Say that again?
The way the law is, I believe the county court law judge has a base of $1,000 less than the base salary of the judge. So it doesn't include the supplementals for the district
So
judges.
they're making 156.
So if they're 158, they're 157.
But then the district judges make 18,000 more than the county court law judges
Yes,
with the supplement?
yes,
Okay, so they don't get paid the same.
correct. Well, because the way, of course, you have to, county attorney might have to make sure this is true, but the way the law says, it's based on the base pay of the judge not including supplemental, if I'm reading it correctly, but
I believe the judges start at 140, and then the supplement, the 18 is on top of that for the first year, and then when they're into their second terms, it's different, and it changes every term that they progress.
But I didn't think the district court judges made that much more than the county court law judges in Nueces County.
That I'm
Total
not sure
number.
of.
Okay, I'm just curious. I didn't think so, but maybe I'm wrong.
The district judges,
you're right, it's
the
140,
base salary, I'm sorry, the base is 140 plus the 18
158,
of county supplement to get to the 158. The county court at law, I'm reading I have a cheat sheet. The county court at law judges for 0 to 4 years, their base is the 159 because it does include that supplement.
Right, so they all make about the same?
yes.
Yes, it's 1,000 difference.
Okay, thank you.
1,000 is
So, are you through with the
Yes, ma'am.
COs,
Yes,
capital projects? Anything else we need to discuss on that or
not on
bring
capital
up?
projects.
This is a workshop. If you got questions, if we need to do something, guys, this is now. We have everybody here.
Any guidance on some of the larger requests made by the departments? We'd appreciate. For instance, building maintenance, 12 million increase?
Oh, yeah, that's a no.
We took
That's a
that out.
no.
We took that out.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah,
Well,
surely,
yeah,
we're not
because
suggesting.
this is the only list we've discussed today. Like, we didn't
Yes.
discuss that 12 million. So-
Exactly. Uh-huh.
Right, so if we
Yeah.
didn't, if it's not on this list, and nobody else in this court throws it in, then I think that's your input.
Yeah, that's not even up for discussion.
I think it's already.
Yes. Yeah.
Is there anything else that we didn't discuss that somebody would like added in the proposed? Just so we have some guidance on what to add.
Well, right now,
Is the court done addressing the reclassification requests, or is that going to be looked at throughout the process?
The reclassification, the reason we put those on hold was because of the possibility of the COLA. If we did the COLA, we weren't going to do the reclassification and a COLA in the same thing.
Okay, but if that's not gonna bring, because some of the reclassifications, like the judges made a request to bring their court reporters in line with the others, and that's on here, and so I think some of the other reclassifications are not just a raise, but a bringing in line with the personnel manual.
Right.
And a
If it's
COLA across the board.
required, then they were, I think there are some that was certified that have to be changed, but the ones that weren't were
She's
going-
talking about hers, Judge. I mean, like,
Yeah.
The judges,
I mean, the
Attorneys.
COLA's not gonna bridge the gap between the discrepancy between
county
attorneys in the DA office and attorneys in the county attorney's office. I mean, let's just, lay it out there. And there, and others like that. So some of those reclassifications were to get them caught up to, comparable working people. And that may be for maintenance people, I don't know what they all are, but like a maintenance person at Inland Parks has to make the same as a maintenance person at Coastal Parks. A attorney has to make the same as an attorney. That's kind of been our look-see, but I
And
don't,
we did go back and check that, and
that's
Dale
that's been the
says that
discussion. I'm
all
not
the
saying that.
attorneys at that level are making the same amount.
But say that again?
I was told that all the attorneys, we went back and checked.
Attorney two, yes.
Attorney
But-
two is
but-
making attorney two, attorney three is making attorney four is making the same. There is no discrepancy.
I'm not
in
arguing
pay.
it. I'm just telling you what
Well,
Ginny's
That's
talking
not
about.
the inquiry.
You
He
know,
may be accurate, but you have attorneys labeled attorney two doing work that is not attorney two work, and that was what we had asked for.
Then I misstated
Change the
it.
job description.
So the reclassifications would be
Yeah,
to get them to equalize what they're doing in other offices.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
well, that's,
you change the job description, I guess, you have to do that?
I thought
They
your
all
question was you didn't have like a four and you wanted a four, like where the DA has like 1, 2, 3, 4, set all the way up to 7 or something, but he has 70 employees and you have 20 or whatever.
Exactly. And we
But-
brought the court a weighted chart to describe with lines and colors the gap where you have attorneys in our office who are labeled attorneys 2 and 3 doing work which requires much equal or more experience and work and complexity than people who are, getting paid more because they got classified higher during and outside of the budget process in previous years. And so we're trying to rectify that situation. And so a COLA across the board won't do that. And so I just wanted to make sure that that discussion is still on the table.
But it also depends on the time they've been here, right? If one of them has been here
No.
7, 8, 9 years, one be here 5 years, they wouldn't be able to make
No,
the
sir.
same.
We took that out of the equation so that we are comparing apples to apples. So that is not included.
Right.
and it's a level of work argument, not a unfair pay argument. So it's a misclassification. So there's still reclassifications, so it's a different kind of reclassification. But it's still a reclass, it's still a
Well,
reclass.
an increase to the budget.
The county
yes.
attorneys, her positions are basically, they're on the new position schedule. Because,
What line, which one is
it's,
that?
G, starting the G1.
But is it in
Because they were
the,
deleting an attorney 3 and creating an attorney 5.
So it wasn't
Deleting
an
an attorney
increase?
2, creating an attorney 4.
but it was-
Legal secretary deleting, creating a paralegal. Administrative secretary deleting and making it an office manager.
is that your stuff, Jenny? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And is that in the
And-
budget plugged in somewhere?
It's not, it's a
an
part of the,
Increase the,
it's on G for the schedule.
But is
Th-
it
these
on
are her
this list
requests?
that Dale did?
No, it's not.
no,
So-
254,000, yes.
So that's what's not
Correct.
in your list because it got left out for whatever reason, and I'm not criticizing, but that's Jenny's point.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
There's some others that didn't get, they're all in here to be discussed as well, but it was, we either have to do one or the other, or we have to get them to the right amount, and I think the discussion was also brought up that they do hire outside attorneys too, where the DA doesn't hire outside, can't hire outside attorneys. So I wanted it to be comparable, apples to apples, and to me, what the chart showed and what I understood through yours, Jenny, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you had vacancies and the higher level of expertise.
Absolutely not. We have people doing high levels of work that are being classified as attorneys 2 and 3, which is misdemeanor level work in the other office. And that's the issue.
Then if we take care of this, they should be able to handle a lot more of our stuff than outside agencies then too.
We
Sorry.
only send stuff out when
Expertise,
it's
yes.
a specified, a specialty that we don't have in the office, or if there's some kind of conflict.
Just trying to find an argument in the favor that it possibly could lend to less cost on the outside agencies as well.
We're happy to take on, we've asked for budgeted positions, and I know, in order to take on more things.
Yeah, I think you have to have the discussion. I mean, because if a 2 is a misdemeanor, if she's got people handling high-level civil litigation, that's a
And aren't
2.
being paid that, yes.
And that's a misdemeanor, that's what, I'm taking what Jenny's saying, if that's a misdemeanor level deal, then that's a misclassification. But if that's not true, then someone needs to correct that.
I'm looking at the district attorney's pay schedule. A misdemeanor 1, a misdemeanor attorney 1 is a 31. A misdemeanor attorney 2 is a pay group 32. A felony attorney 1 is a 33. So a felony attorney 1 and a felony attorney 2 are not paid the same as a misdemeanor attorney 1 and a misdemeanor attorney 2.
Well, no, but
So,
that's not comparing, we're comparing to the
And,
county attorney.
Yeah, she's
the
saying
county-
attorney 2 is classified here as a 34.
Right, a felony 1's gonna be paid more than a misdemeanor
Right.
1.
yes,
Yeah.
that's correct,
But
and I
that's
think,
that's not the question that Jenny's asking. So
If the DA
how
is
does-
so the,
How does
yes,
it
the-
compare to what the high-level litigation attorneys that she's got?
the attorney 2, which is her lowest level attorney, is a 34, which is the same as a felony attorney 2. Not
on
the
a
same
DA?
as a misdemeanor attorney 2.
My apologies. I cannot, I'm trying to say this without,
Yeah.
okay.
It doesn't
Our
matter.
attorneys
Jimmy can
are
come say it later,
doing
too.
the kind
I-
of work that is not the same as a DWI. It's not the same as a possession of marijuana. Our attorneys handle codes. Prosecutors handle the penal code, okay? So I am only trying to get us equal to without going overboard and asserting, but I will tell you the codes and the work and the complexity that we do, there's a reason people start out in one place and then come to our office, because you have to learn how to be a lawyer before you can come in and competently handle the civil issues that the county faces.
And then the argument on the district attorney's side is gonna be, yeah, but you have 10 cases and we have 100 files. So it's like a back and forth tit for tat, really hard thing to figure out, because 10 cases that, and I'm not saying 10's the number, but 10 cases that a civil lawyer has to handle versus 100 that, misdemeanor cases, it's apples and oranges to some degree, so it's really
And
hard.
that's why
to-
we're asking for equality and not asking to be
Right.
put ahead of.
So
Not for-
can we check,
you have
and
an-
in the
do you have an
DA's
amount?
office, is the attorney
have an
2
amount?
being paid a
Yeah, she
34?
presented it.
If we can check those 2 things to make sure whatever level she's wanting to put them at, they are being paid the exact same thing. Is that what you're asking, right? Yeah.
Which is
Excuse me, Judge.
what her presentation was, which I think was $254,000, I think.
We'll put it on there for now.
Excuse me, Judge. Do we take into consideration that some of these attorneys get to work outside the office?
Don't.
They get to make money outside the office? And do they work at night? Do they work during the day? Or what?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your inquiry.
The other time I asked you, some of your attorneys work part-time, you said they did. Okay. All I'm asking, do they get to work at night or during the day?
Do they get to work for the
For the
outside?
outside agency, wherever they're working for.
In other words, do you have people that in your office that have other employment that they work outside the hours of the county?
Absolutely.
But
And
it's
then if they take
outside.
vacation hours, they can do something during the day if they have a hearing or something, but they don't double dip.
Right, they can't work, if they're working 40 hours a week for the county and they want to work another 20 hours, just like the DA's office can do that too, they can do the same thing, right?
Right.
So every lawyer has to work their 40 hours for the county, I think is what Commissioner's asking. But they all have the opportunity, DA or county attorney, to work outside their hours if they so choose. And-
As does
their
Public
job,
Works
second
and
job.
every
Yeah.
other department that
Every-
people
every
work
employee.
in.
Is that what
Yeah,
you're?
yeah, I understand that.
Yeah,
Is that what you were asking, Commissioner?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
that's-
okay.
as long as they put in their 40 here, yes.
And the constables who do security and, everybody,
Same
right?
thing.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
that's right.
common practice.
So your ask is 254, Jenny?
Yes, sir.
That goes to
That's, there's also.
And that includes 2 new positions, that's,
It does
Okay.
include 2 new positions, but the reclasses, you have 2 reclasses as well, another 12K. That's the first.
not in the
assistant.
254?
No.
So
The
how much are
250
reclass and how much are new positions? Teresa?
So
Yeah,
That.
we took the new off.
the new positions, changing things around is 254, 341.
Well, no, just tell me
And
what.
then the
I'm sorry.
reclass is 12,446, so it's 266, 787 total.
And how much is that as reclass and how much is that new position?
The reclass is 12,446.
So,
The new
if you-
12,000 for the reclass?
Because it's just 2 positions. Remember, she's creating new positions. She's asking for 2 new positions, but the existing positions that she has, she wants to delete and create a new position. So
So
we
it
delete
washes
that
out.
position and then we create the new one. for
So the
net.
net increase is 266.
787.
Okay, got it. 266 something.
Going
Seven.
down
And
again.
my question again would be would that be almost compromise to what the district attorneys and?
Is he gonna
and
come
the
in here and
judges?
expect the same? Then now we need to know that, make sure that this is comparable and that we're not gonna have to increase
That's what I'm
the
saying,
others.
would it be,
Yeah.
what she's asking, would it be comparable to what they're asking to pay the clerks, right, or certification people, or their attorneys, right? I mean, is that gonna be almost like apples and apples?
I believe they came in, see, our ask is based on old numbers. I believe when the district attorney came in here, he was asking for some type of across-the-board
He did.
percentage increase.
He requested a
So-
10% across the board.
We didn't have that before, even though we had requested to have, a coherent and together request, because if they come in and get an across-the-board for theirs, then we'll be behind them asking for the
You'll
same.
be more behind.
We'll be more behind.
That's what I'm saying.
Their 10% is 588,083, because it was the entire department, including
But if
So we do
clerical.
10 and, so we do 10 and 10.
But that's where the COLAs will equal
Yeah.
out. So.
So
if-
only attorneys? You
No.
want just the attorney's number?
No. I mean, if the court decides to give, let's say, a 5% across the board COLA, Jenny still would ask for her 266, but her people would also get the COLA.
Yes.
Just like the DAs would get the COLA. Now, they're not gonna get their 10% across the board, right? Because I think that's what they asked for. But then if they get their 5 and the DA gets their 5, then they're not gonna fall further behind if she gets her 266.7 in addition, right?
Well, if you're saying they get the 266.7, then, yeah, I guess you're right. You confused me for a second there. I thought, well, they're gonna be behind now because they're getting it plus the
They'll get
5, yes.
closer.
Another way to look at this would be to go to comparable counties
Yeah.
and look at salary ranges for both district attorneys and county attorneys and see if we're in that range.
We always do that, man, it doesn't
We're
work.
never in anybody's
We had
range.
Corn Ferry do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're about in the bottom quarter.
doesn't work.
And to bring you back up to market would be
Excellent.
tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
We
gotta
live in
make-
Corpus Christi, let's
We
remember.
gotta scratch and claw our way up. On our way up.
Nueces County, sorry.
Fighting is forever.
But there are some others that had reclasses. If we're gonna go back and do that too, then we need to look at the other reclasses.
The tax assessor collector is a big one. He was doing a,
He's changing everybody, but not, the total cost was only 60,000 with, I think everybody's getting changed,
because he was
deleting.
deleting positions and reclassing to
Some
make.
of the COLA's gonna take care of that too, because if they're reclassing just to get raises, it's one thing. And if you're given a raise, if you're reclassifying to equalize because someone comparable is not getting paid, that's different, right? If they're saying, well, we're reclassifying because we need to pay our people more and and if the court's gonna give a COLA, then that's gonna help some of that. I'm not saying it's gonna take care of all of it, but it's certainly, everybody's got to look at least the fact that if this court does vote to give a significant COLA, that's going to, and I just, that's going to adjust everybody's pay scale because that's what we were just told. So the pay
Yes.
scale is going to get adjusted. If the court does that. If the court doesn't, then I think, Judge, you're back to, so in other words, Jenny's is a special reclass. She's asking because hers is an equalization reclass. The rest of them are reclasses to get more money, or unless it's an equalization, like if Kevin's saying he needs to reclassify these people because Kara's got people that are paid more, then that would be an equalization. If he's asking because he wants to get them raises, which is a legitimate ask, and the court gives them raises, maybe not in the way he wants them, but he's getting his people more money, and their pay grade all goes up, because once you give someone a COLA, that increases the pay scale for that position. That's what y'all just told me. So they would be, so it just depends on what kind of reclassification the ask it is. That would be the distinction. I know that's getting a little in the weeds, but I don't know how else to explain
We
that.
need to go back through this list then eventually with this and make sure on the other side, we're not affecting anyone else with these reclassifications too.
Yeah.
Sorry, lots more work, ladies. Looks like we're working.
There's in the tab H, there's a page H6,
H6.
and it just compares the,
have anything
HR
in
did
H.
this. You have H6?
I don't have anything under tab H. Mine's empty.
I don't either.
Yeah.
She handed it out this morning. It's got a handwritten H1 through H6. The number is in blue handwriting.
It's towards the back.
But they didn't put it in their books, yeah. Well,
She handed it
I'll-
out as a packet this morning.
It's all right. If you want to talk about it, go ahead. Yes.
Melinda is showing, like, for all of the reclassifications, if there are existing positions in other departments, it's gonna affect those positions as
Oh,
well.
she has that already pulled up, the ones that are going to affect other positions.
Right, and so I just kind of put those sheets back here so that you can kind of see what positions might affect other
Might
positions.
affect if they're.
Well, they will, because
Yeah,
they're the
no,
same.
maybe about
I'm
it if we
sorry.
change those, yes.
Yes, but they're more the clerical positions, staff positions. It's not really.
How much is that,
attorneys.
though?
What, 9?
Yes, it starts on H1. It starts on H1, but you go back past H1 and you'll get to H6 and it looks like
Towards the
this.
back, Mickey.
Right here. I just didn't know what's page 8.
They're basically clerical, administrative staff. It doesn't tie
What's the
into the.
cost that is going
the
to
attorneys.
affect it then?
No, it's just a comparison to show, like, if we, say if y'all increase a bailiff position, then it's gonna increase the bailiff in the other courts.
Can
If
we
you do,
instruct y'all then to, at least on the county attorneys and the district attorneys and the public defender's office, to cross-match those numbers to make sure we don't increase more accidentally with something that's going to cost us? Yeah. Truthfully, we should make all three departments sit down together when they want to do one, because it affects everybody.
Yep.
We should require them to come together for an increase. In fact, I'm going to highly suggest that myself right now, so that we don't have this issue again, yes.
And that's true, Judge, because Dennis was gonna submit also reclassification of the attorneys, but I never received the document, but I know she was working on that.
Okay.
And it's the grant, so.
If any of them are watching, pay attention. The next time this comes to court, you need to come together unified. So it affects everybody across. They need to sit down and have that discussion before they come in here. So we're not having to go back and check. Yeah. Very good.
I can work up a schedule for you that shows which positions in which offices coordinate with the same pay group and pay scale, so that you can see it.
We'll probably be having another meeting after this in our offices afterward. Thank you. Was there anything else that we probably needed to address in that was a true reclassification or nothing?
Well, might as well add it on there. Might as well add it on there.
Yeah.
Well, the
We'll be
one for
coming back.
juvenile was gonna
Oh,
delete a
juvenile was
secretary.
the issue.
They were deleting a legal secretary and increasing juvenile detention and the facility administrator in detention by that net difference. And they still had savings that they were gonna put towards the meals with that deletion. It's a $40,000 deletion.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
what about the young man or person at the library that's making 16,000?
The person at the library that's making 16, that's another reason why I had pushed for this COLA, so that we could bring people up on the bottom, from the bottom up, yes. It's the reason I wanted to move forward with this. I wasn't aware we had anyone making that.
That could be part-time.
She's
Yeah.
the library clerk.
They told me that he was full-time.
Yeah,
Our lowest pay
I'm
is
sorry.
$15 an hour. It can't be 15,000.
15,
She's a 12-step
$15
one.
an hour is the
It's
highest,
probably
the
I
lowest
think
we
she was
pay.
making 16.
No, 16,000 a year.
Oh, no, that has to be
That's
part-time.
part-time.
It's a part-time position.
Part-time,
It's a part-time position.
part-time.
No,
Yeah.
Crystal told us that he was
She
full-time.
she did tell us that. And I wonder if she's working more hours because Crystal moved up and that position with needing the help or something. It may be just this year.
Crystal's online.
Oh, Crystal, do you want to, she looks like she is on, but she may not be paying attention. She might have walked away.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. Commissioner Hernandez just brought up and was asking about the one employee that you had making 16,000 a year.
I know there's a library clerk position time here at the Keach Library.
Uh-huh.
I forgot what group step he's at.
But that's a
Need to go and
part-time
look.
position? Is that why they're only, because we weren't aware we had anyone making that low?
I have to double check. The
I would
pay
almost
scale
assume
now.
it is definitely
It
a
is.
part-time position, yes.
There's one
Position.
part-time and one full-time.
There's one part-time, one full-time?
That's correct.
Yes.
The full-time equivalent is $33,030.
Right.
Yeah,
The
regardless of
part-time is a
about
20-hour-a-week part-ime, and it's $16,110.
That's what it
I'm
is.
just going by what Crystal told us.
Yes. she
Sorry.
did.
I'm just going by what Crystal told us in the office when she came to visit with me about this.
Thank you, Crystal.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So, any other questions? Anything you'll need from us? I think we're gonna be having additional meetings over there, yeah. This is a start. Do we have any other business from this workshop?
Not that I'm aware, Your Honor.
No? Pretty
Judge, I
late.
didn't see the grants, again, let me go back to grants. I didn't see the COVID. Was there, are we still following up on COVID? Because it's not listed as one of the reimbursement.
She turned in a list, she had a list, do you have that, Teresa?
Yes, ma'am.
She had a list, there was like a couple of COVID ones in there, can you show him that?
Well, it should be, it should be with the rest of the group, because we're trying to get that one, that's one.
Where she had the list of everything.
she gave us. What is that?
There, it's another one that is not closed out completely.
This one here, I got it right here. See, COVID should have been here, right? As far as one of the, but it wasn't here, so I don't know where did she have it at? Oh, this one here? I don't know where I don't know what the balance is on the call.
There was 1.9 that she had put in one of them, I remember that from our meeting, but she was waiting on a response from them. Do you have that on that list right there? She did in our meeting
It's
in
not on
there.
this one here, that's one we saw this morning, right? But it's not on this one here, that's why I was wondering why it wasn't on there. And that's a 22, 21, 22.
Let me see it. The generators are one that is outstanding, this doesn't have
Generators, the
doesn't have
courthouse,
any of the,
Roof, parking lot.
I would suggest, as everybody's kind of milling around, maybe let everybody digest this to see if we need another meeting. And then maybe the auditor should make appointments with each of the commissioners to sit down and the judge to see where they stand after they get a little time to digest this. I don't know that we have to come back and do this again, but
just-
I don't think a hearing would be necessary if we go with what we have. If we can go through what we have at the moment and sit down with each of y'all and see what your beliefs is on a COLA or not, and then we can then see whether we want to go that level or the reclassification, and we can give you a better proposed, yes.
yeah, let them, everybody kind of digest this for a few days and get with everybody next week. I mean,
And
But
because
just
of room,
my-
we might ask y'all to meet in our office, my office, yeah.
Sure.
We'll have to
Just
come
my
back.
thought, but whatever.
huh?
We'll have to come back next week.
And then,
I think we were possibly hoping we were not gonna have to come back, that we could do it without. So if that's the plan moving forward, I guess we are about done for the day. Is there any other business or any adjournments, I guess, in memory? I don't know, I can't find my notes, I don't think I have any, so. Otherwise, it is 2:09, and I would say this workshop is done, is closed.